Making sure I got everything working, hopefully. Got caught up talking with friendos. Okay. So the plan is, I'm gonna play this tonight because I really want to get through Endwalker, and I know once I get past like the next couple sections, I'm not really gonna want to stop, and I'm just gonna want to get through the rest of it. Probably. So I want to play a little bit more of this before I commit the next couple days or couple streams at least to Endwalker stuff. But I did want to come back to this because I really like this game and I wanted to play some more of it before I fell into the Endwalker rabbit hole. But we're just gonna hop right in. Jump on it. These are all really long, so I only imagine we're gonna get to like maybe, well, we might be able to finish up. We'll see. If we can get past age 13 today, that's great, actually. We're gonna do this, we're gonna hit this one, and then this one, and then down here. And then maybe like, I don't know, I'll pick whichever ones I want. Which one was this one? Oh, Wave. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoying the afternoon. Ew. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. If I miss reading some of them, I'm sorry. It's a lot of talking. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Why only half a watermelon? Why not a whole watermelon? Mom came out of the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, little? I can bring in the rest of the way if you want me to. Yes, please, it would be helpful. Yes, please, it was just too heavy. No, I've got it. You were doing fine. No, I've got it. You could just manage to hold it. You eagerly agreed with a nod of your head, and you needed someone else to take it. You didn't say anything. You could finish the job yourself, no problem. No, I've got it. I don't want to admit I need help. Even if it was heavy, you wanted to bring it in yourself. Very me. Very, one trip. One trip. Load everything up and get in. Mom gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your orange hair. Oh! You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen. Putting away the groceries is worse than, like, bringing them in from the car. in my opinion. I hate putting away groceries.
Careful.
I'm fine, Mom. You hadn't been looking where you're going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry, Mom. Oh, sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. Ha ha. God, she's almost as bad as my, like, real mom. At the bad joke as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma has started organizing what remained and putting back the loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying in the breeze. Hi, Mom, you're so pretty.
It's a shame.
So you made to spend the morning cooped up in shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? Yes, Mom. Tilted her head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Yeah, it is. Days like today are my favorite. It's too hot. I wish it was raining. I like it when it's stormy the best. Yee, that's real. You thought of the past winter, remembering the nip of cool air that would travel off the sea. Oh, that sounds nice. To be fair, cold sea air is not nice. It hurts. It didn't snow in Sunset Bird, but you were wrapped up in bed listening to the thunder and lightning gave you a certain sense of peace. Yeah, ocean cold air is painful. I'm impressed you can enjoy something like that. It's a good way to think. He smiled at her, turning back to the trunk to help out with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You noticed Mom wave over to Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under his arm. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. What might you be off to this beautiful day? Where might? This is like my real mom. She makes nacho cheese jokes all the time. Cove instantly started, but you have realized your family was also out there. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you were the one he looked at. Yes! Best friendo! He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made it the whole— Oh, I think this is a new line. I don't remember that. Oh boy, I hope we get to ride more mall rides. Careful with that thing, you'll put somebody's on it. Pam, please go easy on him. Yeah, it's just a surfboard. No, leave him alone. Don't mind her. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out in the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. I want to see Mom surf. Ma, come surfing with me. I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Hi, Cove. He relaxed a lot and Mom spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something. Why? What did I do?
Hey.
I know, he looked so cute in his wetsuit. Cove managed to grin and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Oh no! Do you want to come hang out there later? You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Oh yeah, I could do that. Alright, I can't this time. The Dokies. Doki doki. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of his excitement that was clearly ready to burst. Oh, he's so cute! Like we don't spend every day together. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help? He's so nice.
No, no, no.
Little can catch up as soon as she's finished here. Alright, alright. That's how you get me to speedrun stuff. Alright, I'll see you. Bye for now. It'll take me like 2 seconds, I promise. More skip in his step than normal. It was really cute! You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. Oh. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Shut up, Ma! Ma! Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie? Shush, it's different. I actually had a friend from Hawaii named Lonnie, so I find this really funny. In what way? I'm being supportive, and he can't hear it. Fair enough. You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. What is that supposed to mean? Meddler, but you have a point. You narrowed your eyes at the teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. They're trying to set us up. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. I had a surfboard in your room, and you wanted to take it with you. Your family had a surfboard around here somewhere. You weren't sure what you were going to do. He was surfing, you didn't know how. I believe a person who lives on the beach their whole life where surfing is a thing would have a surfboard. To at least, like, try it, maybe? Or at least the family does. Oh, 'cause Mom said she did it. Sure, Mom has one. Can I take your board to the beach? Sure, it's in the garage. Just remember to keep the leash on when you're in the water. After finding the board in the back of the garage and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
I will, Mom. Stay safe. Oh, that I can't promise. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and soft calls of fucking seagulls. You took a lungful of ocean air and felt your tan skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. How responsible. Must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. He was waiting. That's so cute. You strolled up beside him. I'm here. We're gonna give the boy a heart attack. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. It didn't take me that long. I wouldn't have missed it. Sorry you had to wait. And stay inside all day? I don't think so. You don't have to say that. It's okay. Cast his eyes out towards the waves. Cove, I'm not that good at surfing. I borrowed this board, but I don't know how to surf. I'm ready to get in there. Will you give me some tips? I've never surfed in my life. You dragged a toe through the sand, feeling silly, but still worried nonetheless. Aww. So you're just gonna have fun, right? Yeah. His words made you feel better, and you two are headed out into the water together. I have no idea how to surf. I've never done that. I did not live near a beach where, like, surfing was something you could do. There weren't waves. You paddled out into the sea where the good waves were. The ocean was cool against your skin. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey! Not too calm, nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Look at the baby! And so Cove kicked the water a little too hard and inadvertently splashed you. Inadvertently? That was on purpose. I don't believe you. Get him. The apology did not come across especially repentant. He was practically laughing when he said it. Get him! Splash him back. Yep. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. Yeah, get him. It quickly developed into a splash where you had no idea who was winning at that point when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and douse you both with a tall wave. Oh, the ocean said, get the fuck on with it. Oh my god. Cove laughed, his smile infections, you couldn't help but join in. What, 'cause his face is so cute and sweet? Draw? No! Fine. Yeah, draw. You nodded at one another from your boards, bringing the war to a peaceful end. The ocean said, stop flirting! Cove pointed out into the distance and you followed his finger to see some nice-looking waves. His hair is magical. It is. Let's get going. No doubt there was room for you to do something good. You were ready to have some fun. I'm gonna fall on my face, like face plant into the ocean and just... You started taking the waves. Code tried out a few tricks and you got into the rhythm of finding just the right waves. Have you ever thought of what the fish and the other ocean animals think we're doing? I guess so. Have you? No. Oh, okay. Okay. It seemed that was all he was going to say on the topic. You started to turn away and paddle to the next wave when he spoke again. Oh, that's weird. Cove reached in the water and pulled out something small and brown. Was it a tiny stick? Oh, I should hope it's a tiny stick. A clothespin. Cove looked at it in disbelief and blinked slowly, and then he raised the clothespin with a mischievous look in his eye. I guess it's needed. How else would dolphins hang up their flippers? No. That was terrible. You played around for the rest of the afternoon and kept chatting in between the waves. It was terrible. It was awful. You thought about how you had surfed today. It was terrible. You absolutely rocked it. The waves loved you today. You did pretty good. You're definitely improving. You were okay today. Nothing special. You were reminded there was a reason why you needed practice. We'll say we're doing good. Look, we're good shit, right? Positive energy. A while ago, you never would have been able to ride some of today's waves. You really were learning. If you kept this up, who knew how good you'd be at the end of the summer? Cove gave you a lot of encouragement about your performance. Aw. What a sweetie. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. The beach stays warm for a little while just because the sand absorbs all of the sunlight. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. That's when all the monsters come out. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with the other things and grabbed his towel and start to dry off. I didn't bring a towel. I'm stupid. As he ruffles his hair with the towel, you watch the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. It's so pretty. The waves were good today. Yeah, Mother Nature tried to drown us, though. Yeah, totally, I guess. Perfect for surfing. Did you really think so? Yeah, totally. You've gotten so good. Thanks! You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It meant a lot coming from him. Oh, it's so cute. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. And then Cove sighed. Why are we sighing? Stop it. The day can't be over, not yet. I mean, we just can't be in the ocean anymore. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. I'm the opposite. The sun being in the sky is an offense. Don't you think it should be longer? I mean, if we could get rid of the sun part of the day, then yes. I only want it to be longer so I can spend more time with you. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I don't think you're gonna win that battle, baby. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Okay. Cove was still dripping in salt water, and you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach, and not much else. I would imagine they're not comfortable if you're just wearing them normally. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be really cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. How flirty are we? Well, I need to call it a night. Yeah, I want to do something too. We'll sure be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. I'm not that direct. I'm just gonna be chill. Cove nodded with a smile. Then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out, no matter what time it is. The park. That's not true. Late at night, they would just kill you and then throw your body in the ocean. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. She grew out of it. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid. He brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed. I'm still going. The sun is still there a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. I mean, your parents don't really keep you on... Yeah, I'll hang with him. Your parents don't really have a curfew for you. Or for me, for that matter. We basically just do what we want. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all through. Oh my god. This was a mistake, me reading stuff, you guys. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything together quickly. You took your parents know you're with Cove. You think they do, but we get into mischief. Obviously. I don't know if that would make, like, them more or less concerned. Like, if it was my mom, and I was out with, like, my guy friend, she would be having none of, like, my mom's really cool, right? But she did not want me dating too much when I was younger. She would just have none of it. She's like, this is your curfew, you will be back. This is it. No. I don't need you wandering off with some boy. The two of you finished at about the same time. You led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, and it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over it too. Your moms in this seem to be encouraging the relationship though. And like, you've known this guy friend and been inseparable since— Oh, they are. I think that it's like, I think they think it's cute. And they trust you too enough, I suppose. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Anybody who's worn a wetsuit, is it comfortable when it's dry? I can't imagine it is. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. I can't reach the top of the monkey bars now. You were still short enough to use the monkey bars yourself. Sometimes being tiny had its perks. Everyone's in on it. When you got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, and he sat on top of the bars, his legs dangling off the side of the bar he perched on. You joined him. You stood nearby. You took a seat on the swing. Assuming I can do this, because I can't do this, like me. I could never do that stuff where people would, like, climb up onto the top of the monkey bars. I can't do monkey bars anyway. I don't have, like, the hand strength for it. Never have been able to do them. You looked above yourself to inspect the monkey bars. You might have been short, but that just gave you more experience in climbing things. This is true. I can't say the joke I want to say because he's still 13. Alright. I'm still gonna I'm making the joke, but climb things like Cove. Just not when they're 13. In like 5 years from now. That'll be applicable. Or what is it? Oh, 6 years. 6 years from now. You settled on the monkey bar like it was a throne. You didn't get to be above everything often. I was about to be like, oh, you just use your core muscles and go upside down? But then realized that might be partially easier for me since I was taller. He does get even taller, I'm aware. Like, oh, I love him. Climb things like Cove 6 years from now. Yes, but I can't. It's so hard to make these jokes because he's so hot. But you have to understand, when I talk about how hot he is, I am talking about the 19 to 23-year-old version. Mostly the 23-year-old version. The 19 version is good looking. The 13-year-old version is good looking and cutish. And then the 8-year-old version is cute. Just know, when I make these jokes, be aware. I'm aware. Referring to the adult version, yes. He's a good looking guy. Look, I just don't want to get canceled. Stupid shit. Oh, but yes, my thing on the monkey bars had like almost nothing to do with my height. I mean, it was hard for me to get up there, but there were other short kids that could do it. I literally have never been able to actually like swing from bar to bar because I just can't get a grip on the bars.
You suck.
Because I don't have the strength. Yeah, I suck. Like, I literally couldn't do it, and everybody else I knew could do it, and I didn't understand. I'm making a Twitter call-out post as we speak. No. Scroll, please. Have mercy. Yeah, I think I was too... Well, also, so... We really stopped for this. We stopped everything for this. I have, a hand deformity too. So I wasn't able to grip the bars with my right hand. But even then, it was more of a strength thing. It was more, I just didn't have the strength to hold my body up while swinging on the bars and then, like, to transfer to the other bar. I just couldn't do it. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Oh, he's not. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Don't scare me like that. One Jeremy is enough. That's not really nice. Funny, but not nice. You don't have to tease him. Oh, my parents don't know anything. He chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Don't look at me like that. He looked around the old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. I didn't have stomping grounds as a kid. I moved too much. You wondered how Cove actually felt, how much was his joke just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. I mean, he seems pretty cool with this place now. Do you actually like this neighborhood? I know you don't think it's dumb. You let the silent... Do you really have to ask that? I don't know, just asking. Kicked his legs carelessly, as they dangled, he smiled softly. I like it here, I really do. It's a nice place. Yay! I win! He didn't hesitate, there was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Yeah, I like it too. Well, at least one person likes it here. You nodded wordlessly. Well, of course, I'm here after... Damn it. You're the best thing in the neighborhood. Oh! I really like this answer, but I also like the neighborhood. Like, I like my mom's. And I like the people, and I like the stuff. But that is really cute. Hold on, I gotta go deal with a cat. Sorry, there was a kitty in need. He can still be the best even if you like all of it. He is the best part. I mean, my moms are great too, but he is the best part. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in place. Aww. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. I don't want to go home. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. We better get home. I wish days were longer. You chose not to say anything. We kind of already talked about this. Already. He seemed to just notice how dark it was. It was hard to make out his exact expression with his face in shadow. I guess I lost track of time. Cove sighed. It was good time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump, and when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet touched the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. I miss living near interesting stuff. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself and was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remember when we were younger, we used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. I guess so. You could indeed recall if you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have something to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your moms and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. You guys have tons of freedom. Too much. Cove looked up at the sky, a smile on his face, as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Kiss! Thanks for today, little. Bye. It was nice seeing you. That's what you tell people that you don't like. This is like what you tell people that, like, you don't interact with a lot. You're like, oh, it's so nice to see you. Okay, bye. And you're not going to see them again, right? Like, that's what you tell those people. This was definitely an interesting experience. That... It's weird. That's what rabbits... I've never said that to you. Thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Cute. I kind of want to do this one next, because I think this one goes over, like, personal stuff with your character that gets brought up later, and I kind of like it. I don't really remember exactly. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. Do we not have AC? Whatever. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. How far is it? Like, how high do they need it? You, your moms, your sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You specifically were lying spread eagle on the carpet, sitting cross-legged on the floor, perched on the arm of the couch, draped over the coffee table. Elizabeth had claimed the entire couch for herself. It was too hot to argue over the space, so you didn't bother. Floor time. Yeah. In fairness, that's what I used to do. I don't remember which house I was in at one point, and it was hot. You just, like, lay down in your living room and just... Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf in one hand. I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house, and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from her magazine she was barely flipping through and frowned, concerned. Elizabeth is so pretty, though. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly and then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. Hi, Ma. Ma got up from her seat in the kitchen. At the kitchen table. The kitchen table might be coolest. Walked over to your sister and had a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. There you go, Scrawl. You could be taller next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed at Mom's assessment. What's funny is the first time we did this scene, I didn't pick that up at all. I was like, oh, she's probably in sports because she was the one doing golf and stuff. Maybe she's just like, blah, blah, blah. And then Ma was like, growing pains. And I was like, oh my god. I forgot about growing pains. I had forgotten. I forgot that there was just a time in my life where I was constantly sore. It was dumb. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Rabbit is short as hell. I'm tiny, but you still have growing pains sometimes. I didn't get much taller though. I only got a little tall. I think I got as tall as I was ever gonna get when I was like, I don't know, maybe 15. I'm not entirely sure. At some point, everything just became the same. It's one of those things you like forget about and then remember all of a sudden, oh yeah, there was a time where my body... It's exactly that. Because I totally forgot that that was a thing. That happened. That you were just in pain for a portion of your life because your body's growing and that it's just a natural thing. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffed loudly and wiped her eye, but you could tell it was just a bit. You tilted your head, even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys. It was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. Yeah, because she'd beat their asses. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Good for her. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate. She's still... oh my god, my brain. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely, we're always willing to lend an ear. Thanks, Moms. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way, I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped at the exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Thank you, Scraw. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It's typical teenager. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Mom snorted at her own joke, but Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. No, take me with you. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. I couldn't do that. Your mom stared at her and then turned to each other and raised eyebrows. I can't take steps 2 at a time. Whoops! Looks like we scared her off with all of that romance talk. And we're about to scare me off. I don't want it.
Well.
Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them teeter with some surprise. Obviously your moms liked women, but you had no idea Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say anything like that. I always thought you liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into the things now that you had spoken up. She smiled and nodded. Me and Ma on the same wavelength. That's right, I like both. Fuck yeah! But I like your mom the most. She's special. Aww, it's so cute. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners like it usually did when she's looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Oh, my moms are embarrassing, but so cute. Ma reached up and cupped her hands over Ma's, and then when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together. Alright, I'm still here, please. Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Oh, I'm embarrassed. Oh. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek, and I'm still in the room. Please, I'm still in the room. Please, spare me. You laughed at their antics. You thought the moment was sweet. You cringed. I'm somewhere in between these. Like, I can think it's sweet, but still be, like, embarrassed by proxy. Ew, my parents are so embarrassing. You slouched down as if that would hide you from sight. Why were parents like that? Ma looked back at you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. Ma! In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone. No. Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. No! No. Meddler. You blushed. You also elbowed her. Ma, I don't have someone. Yeah, that's true. Oh, God. Oh, they're always in on it. They're sneaky. Ma only giggled and laughed, not looking the least bit apologetic. Ma! Stop. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want. Thanks. I'm gonna go.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you came up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. You can change and you can learn. Mom nodded. Her head in agreement, I think. The two of you are happy to hear the two of us are happy to hear you out. You may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. You gave Ma the weakest, scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Alright, so my mom's talk with me about boys and dating, all she really said was like, look, I don't care what you do, just don't get pregnant. That's all she said to me. And that was the only rule. The rule was just don't get pregnant. Joke's on her. Now I'm an adult and I never want kids. It worked. The deal worked. I could date basically whoever, as long as, you know, there weren't consequences. Thanks. You nod silently. You shrugged. You don't have to worry about it. I'd rather pass them. I'm just gonna say thanks. I appreciate their offer. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
Good. That's all we ask for. You get older and talking with your parents gets less weird. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you little... Do you have to grow up? It's not really my choice. Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. Yeah, get the fuck out of here before they start making out. Which would be fine, except for they're my mom's. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in here as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. Oh, I take it back. Go back down there. No. No. I'd rather deal with my moms flirting with each other than be hot. I take it back. Go back. Abort. Abort mission. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside and you just let the AC out. Ugh. Oh, it's so gross. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room and checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. I look like shit if I'm that hot. Like, I look like shit normally. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror and you stared into it and then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. My mom never even really had to talk about it. No interest. I mean, we barely ever had a talk. Because again, I really didn't end up dating too many people. I have dated like an accumulative 3 people in my life. One I've been with for 10 years. One of them was a girlfriend that I dated for like a year. And then the other one was like 8th grade first boyfriend stuff. So my family didn't really need to have that kind of conversation with me. But Mom just had her one saying that I would go out with friends and she'd be like, just don't get pregnant. And I'm like, okay, Mom, we're going to go see like the Avengers or something. She's like, come on, man. Also, ew, who lives in Arizona? Gross. Talk literally went me being like, why would anybody pick this? I don't want a baby yet. 10 years, that's older than me. Poe! You were definitely growing alright. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you had been when you were younger. When it came to your body... I'm a boomer! Oh yeah, you get to pick. I was a chubby 13-year-old. You shifted to your side, your head still facing forward and continuing to self-evaluation from this point. I realized later that it was just me being asexual. At birth, you were assigned female. At birth, you were assigned male. You were born. Interesting. I am a girl. Your chest is flat now, but that would likely change at least a little as you got even older. You even started developing breasts. You already had noticeable boobs. You aimed not to have breasts through hormone therapy. I already had boobies. There was no mistaking it, even with your shirt helping to obscure your form, you had boobs now. Yeah, that was rough being 13. Your fingers brushed over your cheeks, and as you stared at the freckles dusting your features, it was as if they had quadrupled in the summertime with the extra sun. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side, all things considered. I look like shit, yeah. You thought you looked fantastic, you didn't look too bad, you had no idea how to feel, you were simply neutral, you were self-conscious, you just wanted to look different than how you did. I'm self-conscious. It took you a moment to realize that you were frowning at yourself. You glanced away from the mirror. God, it's like real life. I did this to myself. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsed. That sounds hot. Don't do that. Your brow scrunched up in the thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Little... There's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that alright? That's a stupid question. You perked up at the words, sitting on your bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yes, of course. It'll give me something to do. You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. It's funny to me that he calls. Just walk across the street. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Food. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. You glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Hey! Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know. He's very sweet, but that just makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Little on to behave badly, I think we would both agree that she'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Little be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call she'd make then? That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Yes, I think... Oh, thanks, Ma. Little helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself into even more trouble without her. This is true. Ma has faith in me. Ma just laughed as she turned away, still snorting. Her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Ma looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. I heard you talking shit. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Little. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. You pretended you didn't overhear the conversation. You called Mom out on her comment. I don't want to start something that doesn't need to be started. Right? I'm not... It's... it's fine. It's fine. There's no... No, I don't think I'd be confrontational in that situation. They have their opinions. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, it's okay. I just got here. From the way Mom and Ma exchanged amused glances, you got the feeling that they didn't believe you. Thankfully, they didn't, correctly, accuse you of lying. Sure. Well, we'll just get out of your way. You and Cove take care. Couldn't help but flush when Ma winked. Mom elbowed her even as the smile tugged at her lips. Honestly, this lady. Your moms whispered amongst themselves as they went down the hall. Eventually, you heard the faint sound of their bedroom door shutting. Now you are alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. It would take all of 2 seconds for him to get here. He lives across the street. It's like barely worth putting your shoes on for. That was fine with you. You hadn't been hot outside. You would have visited him if his house a long time ago. Oh. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock at the door a few minutes later. Few minutes? What was he doing? When you got up to answer it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a wave, with a low five, with a nudge to the shoulder, with a noogie, with a hug. Alright, just cross this one off. This is stupid. I've had people, like, I've had older relatives who do this shit to me. It sucks. Don't ever do this to somebody. If you do this to people, we're enemies. I want to hug him, but also, like, we're shy kids that are crushing on each other, so maybe a hug is a bad idea. Like, they'd be too shy to do it. Or too, like, insecure. Just a gentle shoulder nudge. You reached over and nudged his shoulder. Cove rocked to the side a bit and rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noticed the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in the air-conditioned place, even if he had only walked across the street to get here. Is something going on? Why'd you want to come over? I was bored. I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely at the humid air hanging around. I agree. Humidity is the devil. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Yep. You thought that was really sweet? How'd you know I was doing nothing? Perhaps I had plans. No, you didn't. Don't lie. You nodded. That made sense to you. I was thinking the exact same thing. You grinned and he smiled back, and that was all there was to it. Both of you were on the same page. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. God damn it, Cove. Yeah, I get like that sometimes too. You should really eat properly. You didn't eat at all. Then you gotta have something now. Great, we can eat lunch together. Growing lad. Yeah, wouldn't he be hungry all the time? Like, for one, he's 13, he's a teenage boy. And then, usually kids who, like, grow fast like this, they need to consume a lot of food, so they're hungry all the time. I'm not his mom. I don't really want to... Great, we can eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content at your suggestion. Yay, let's go raid my cabinets. Cool. As one, you headed to the kitchen, you crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the both of you concluded you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. Sandwich. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There is a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free, and pita pockets. Pita pocket. Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains and then made your decision. Pita pocket. Pita pocket. Pita pocket. You pulled out the pita pocket too, setting both items onto the counter. So good. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. This is like Subway, but like, not shit. You wanted to make a sweeter style of sandwich. Savory. Savory. Stop, I'm hungry. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. I get to make my sandwich. Okay. I got the turkey. I got the lettuce and the tomatoes and the onions. See, I only like pepper if they're like hot peppers, like jalapeno peppers. I don't like just regular peppers. I do like pickles, and I do like pepper jack cheese. Condiments. For the finishing touch, you intended to top your sandwich with... Oop, I hit the button by accident. Mustard, mayonnaise, pesto, hot sauce, salt and pepper, and ranch. I'm upset that they don't have, like... Because I put, like, spicy sauce. Like, hot sauce, yes, but also, like, not just a hot sauce. It's like like a ranch hot sauce type of thing. Or like a Southwest sauce. Or like a sriracha sauce. It's so good. Well, we'll make our own. We'll make our own spicy ranch thing. And that was everything. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. I can't imagine eating a sandwich just plain without, like, something. You nodded intently on assembling your own. For the most part, you were close to being done, though you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely, always really focused on making the perfect sandwich. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his... Oh, yes, so good. As well as a peeled banana. So good! As he was making a peanut butter banana and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. I think it's very telling that I hated when we had sandwiches for meals because we were so bleh. Ooh, honey. Well, sandwiches are so dry, for the most part, that they need to have, like, some kind of something on them, just to, like, tie it all together. That sounded great. You didn't think much of that. It seemed weird. No, that sounds great. I've actually made this sandwich before. It's so delicious. Maybe you'd have one for yourself a different time. Fuck yeah, I do. Curiosity sated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation and turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. Oh yeah, kids are like that. Like, one of my little cousins only ate cheese pizza because she just couldn't wrap her head around eating other things on it, and so she just always ate the same type of pizza and didn't like pizza when she got older. And I'm like, have you tried, other pizzas? He gave it an incredulous look, but didn't question you about, my sandwich is amazing, sir. Give me that look. Cool. You ate it as you quickly returned to the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils, and then you two collected your respective plates. You both agreed to head upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. It's a sandwich. What do you need to balance? You could just hold it in your hand. Fuck the plates. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. Hardwood floors are nice. He immediately took a big bite of sandwich, chewed, and then hummed happily. Sandwich. This sandwich is really good. At least that's something. That is a good sandwich. Peanut butter and honey, man. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. Why did you guys go upstairs where it was hotter? I don't know. You nodded. You were enjoying yours too. You shrugged. It was okay. You scrunched your face. I love how you can, you made the fucking sandwich. You picked everything that went in there. I love my sandwich. It's good. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. Yes, I am. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Yeah, it's because it's hot. Want to do something? Don't ask me that question. I have a terrible answer. It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. I want to eat my sandwich. Yeah, like what? Maybe. Not really. You couldn't even muster a reply. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up the ceiling. What about Hangman? He laughed at the suggestion, but went along with it. Yeah, neither of you had much energy for something more taxing. You grudgingly humored it. You thought it was a nice idea. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers in his right hand while keeping half of the sandwich in his left. For the record, this is different from the last time I did this. The last time I did this, they did tic-tac-toe. So, I'm wondering what I did or said that changed the game. Or if it's just random. Like they have a set amount of games that appear in this sequence and it just changes. I don't know. But I find that interesting. Because I didn't know it could change. Can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. Oh, you're gonna make me guess. Oh! He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. He'd suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Typical. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. Okay. You peer over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters, and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Enter 1 letter of the... Oh! That's cool! Okay, what do we think it is? I have no idea. What's something he would pick? Can I hit, and then I press... Oh. Does it work? Is it weird? How do I enter it? I don't know how to make it go. Oh, do I have to hit enter? I do! Okay, I got it. It's what the Wheel of Fortune people always guess first. Got one. Okay, I got T. It's not the one I thought it was, though. It's towards the end? Okay. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. Oops. The TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching, then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there.
Oh.
Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Criminal Minds! Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed and then opened again with some effort. Can you give me any specifics? Maybe I can guess. You rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I guess. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in the police station because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, both of you thoughtfully. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in on the laughter anyway.
I don't know.
Half of just okay. Ew, why is Primal okay? Are they good? Like, I was standing in front of my FC house with 7 other people, and suddenly they all disappeared apart from me. That's weird. This is how Emmett felt! No! No. Somebody in Final Fantasy XIV did the Thanos snap. Oh, another letter. Okay. What do I think it is? I want to figure out what it is. Whoa. That's weird. I don't know, man. I have no... Nope, sorry. Gonna start adding the little person. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he adjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck on this floor forever now. That's fine. I'll have to charge you rent. What did I guess? S. It was S or something. You can be my new roomie if you want. Looks like we'll both be stuck here forever then. I'm sticky too. No way, I'll peel you off if I have to. You just smiled at his whining. Be my roommate. He smiled slightly at your joking suggestion. That wouldn't be so bad. You couldn't help but smile too. Now that you thought about it, being roommates with Cove would be fun. Then you return to the game. Oh, okay. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why do they play it? These are like those 3 a.m. conversations. Maybe it's what they had instead of real court trials back then? I don't think that's the case. I've always wondered about that. I'll have to look it up later. It's a really old game. No one's sure where the name came from. The two of you fell silent as you tried to puzzle out the logical answer eventually. You decided to just return to the game. It's so hot you're having 3 a.m. discussions in the middle of the afternoon. Yep. Alright, so I think the middle word is R, like A-R-E. So what would the other ones be? Blank R blank. I want to know what it is. Oh! Oh my god! I swear to god if that's what it is. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too. But now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go down? No! We were about to get the answer! I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up even ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. It's not gonna let me guess the rest of it, is it? I'm not gonna be able to actually get the answer. Okay! Ooh, okay. We're gonna go with Skrull's theory. Exactly what it is! Fuck. Are you serious? That's so cute! Do I get to guess the whole thing? That's adorable. That's stupid. I can't believe it. Oh my god. If you correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Yeah, because somebody told me. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it, clear as day on the paper. Oh! It's so cute! You took in the words a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. That was smooth as fuck, though. Oh! He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, your smile setting awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble. Oh, it's so cute. It was all I could think of. That was smooth. Alright. So I know what changed the game. It's because we have a crush on each other at this stage. When I did this last time, they were just friends. They weren't crushing. So I'm thinking, like, this is only because he was crushing on them. On us. Even as I suggested it, I was like, is he really that smooth, though? What a cutie! That's so sweet! I didn't expect him to do that. You covered your face bashfully, you gave him a playful shove, you stayed where you were, unable to move, you fell backwards onto the floor, you wrapped it. I'm a little like, I'm doing this in real life. Because I'm so surprised. But I do want to hug the boy. I'm overthinking it. Real life me. Jesus. Suddenly you had trouble meeting his eyes, your hands came up to hide your flustered features from his sight. You didn't say anything? No, you're cute! Thank you. I can't believe you. Damn, Cove. You just let out a small squeak? That's me! This is me, though. This is what I did. This is what I'm doing. I'm just making little noises. I can't believe you. I don't... Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring. Oh god. Are we really doing this right now? I really think you're cute, seriously. Did you mean it? Do you really think I'm cute? You didn't say anything. It's so difficult. I can't pick. Somebody pick for me. Somebody pick one. One of these two. I'm so conflicted. Second. Okay. Cove didn't crack a smile or tell you he was joking. He just firmly kept his gaze. Yeah. Oh! Finally, he broke the eye contact. No! I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people. Oh god! Ignore this conversation right now. I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Honey. Maybe you have to grow up more, but at least with... You waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. We're so close. Come on. You frowned, a little disappointed. You wished that he had continued with what he was saying. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Yeet. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear as he peered over at you, looking nervous. Don't be nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? I like all kinds of people. He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. No, it's all good. You considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? I like Cove. I like Cove. I like the person. He's like, I'm glad you're being supportive, but I really just like you. You were starting to have physical attraction in a general way. You only seemed to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations. You didn't really have a physical interest in other people. You don't think you could tell if you had an interest in people physically. There was only one person you'd ever had those kinds of feelings for. Oh. Oh my. Probably closer to this. You were starting to have romantic attractions in a general way. You only seem to have romantic attractions in very specific situations. I mean, this is true for this character so far as, I mean... But specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys. Oops, hit the button. Cove section. You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy with a guy someday. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with a guy. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with a guy. You generally weren't interested in guys, but there were special exceptions. That's fine. And how you felt towards girls. I keep, hitting the button. You found them attractive. Yes, it doesn't matter which one. Same. For people who aren't exclusively male or female. Same. I don't give a shit. I just like the people. You explained how you felt to Cove. I'd rather not talk about it. Everyone is hot. Look, if I like you, I like you. It doesn't fucking matter to me. I will communicate with him. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. Ooh? Ooh? Then he scratched the back of his head, sheepish. Confess! I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all of this, and when we started out just playing Hangman. That's actually pretty normal for kid friends, I think. They just talk about weird shit. But it was good, I think. Like, I remember having conversations like this with some of my friends. Because we would end up talking about, like, how we felt and trying to figure it out. And you figure that stuff out with your friends and not necessarily, like, with your parents or family. So, this is kind of how it goes. And it's really awkward and dumb. I think so, too. You shrugged. It was awkward. The conversation had a mind of its own. It's a good conversation to have. It's good with your friendos. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. You don't have to say anything. Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. Well, sure. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Confess! Gonna kill me. I feel like I have two little dolls trying to put them together. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did— oh, it hurts. With some minor complaint, you both stretched your arms, groaning and yawning into your hands. Ooh, the like peeling skin off of wood. Ugh. Ow. You glanced out your window, briefly taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. I had great company. And neither of them will make a move. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. You don't need to jump out the window this time. Wanna go outside? It might be better out there than it is here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took the time. Hey. Calm down, Estinian. What is it with me and being in love with guys who don't use doors? What? That's a theme. That's weird. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water and then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. Confess. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling, but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. Yeah, this place looks nice. I do too. You do? That's surprising. Your opinion sure has changed since the first time on this hill. You quietly enjoyed the moment. I do too. Cove smiled, tendrils of his hair dancing in the wind. I just want to, like, play with his hair. It's so fluffy. A beat passed, but he gazed into his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you. You're really important to me. Oh! You blushed at the statement. I feel the same. That was nice of you to say. You smiled silently. You're being so sweet. You're special to me, Cove. Oh. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he heard you. Oh, babies, cuties. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. Yes! That's making a move when you're 13. That's the closest you're gonna get. Even as the sun disappeared completely into the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Yes! Oh, that's the closest we're gonna get, I think. They're hand-holding. Birthday one. It was a pleasant afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons and strung around the park. You and Cove had just been dropped off at Miranda Eckert's birthday party. Who? Oh, we don't know her yet. You didn't really know Miranda. Last year was the first time you had class with her, and everyone in school knew she was quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own friend group like glue. Fun fact. You don't meet her until the next step if you don't have the DLC. This girl, Miranda, she shows up later in the game, but I guess you get to meet her when she's younger if you have the DLC. So that's cute. It had been a surprise that she was having such a big party. He looked around the expansive park, a spacious recreation center, and the next town over, and noticed a bouncy castle. How hot is it? If it's too hot, we're not going in the bouncy castle. Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring if she acted mature like other teens sometimes did. It had a certain amount of sense that her party would match that. You thought Miranda was sweet. You thought Miranda was weird. You didn't have any opinion of a Miranda yet. You wanted to get to know Miranda better. I don't know her. Well, I know her because she shows up later in the game. So I got to get to know her during that time. But at this point, I don't really know her. She seems nice, I guess. She invited me and she didn't have to. I would be willing to get to know her better. Maybe at this party you'd have a chance to make friends with her. You were excited at that thought. You hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Your moms insisted on it after you got the invitation. So did Cove's mom and dad. So both you and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All the parents had been pretty firm about going to the birthday if you'd been invited. That's kind of gross. Don't make kids go to a birthday party for another kid that they don't want to go to. You agreed it was best to attend. You wondered if it was an adult thing. You were happy to be here. You wished you were somewhere else. You felt out of place. You were willing to give it a chance. Nothing seemed to welcome you. You stood next to Cove and stared out at the chaos with the butterflies in your stomach. Cove made a small noise, which caught your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with his gift in hand.
So,
Any idea what we're supposed to do with these? No. You looked at your own present and then towards the seating area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks, supplies for various party games. Past all that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed it out to Cove. Neat. Let's drop the presents off over there. Cove nodded with a smile and turned to where you gestured. He saw it too. Yeah, me and Cove are just gonna be the kids who hang out in the corner together because we don't know anybody. You and Cove began to walk over to the present table, flattening the well-trimmed grass beneath your feet. Okay. You walked past groups of people, classmates in semicircles, broken up into usual friend groups, chatting away. You, or maybe Cove, received the occasional greeting or friendly nod. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I kind of know these people, but we're not friends. However, as you passed by even more people that you had never seen before, you became aware that there were more strangers here than not. Oh, I'm dying. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda, not gonna say that, the quiet girl, was hosting the most populated birthday party you had ever been into a long time. Miranda Eckert? You looked at the new faces and thought you saw something of Miranda in them. Cousins, nieces, or nephews, maybe? Parties could be a big deal in her family. Oh, big family that likes big parties? Ugh. The both of you reached the table and set your gift down on an empty space. Brushing some confetti aside, and Cove placed his gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully. You went to parties like this? Before you had to chance to answer, Cove opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found this sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for school or a trip or something. Where, like, the girl was very nice, but she invited, like, the entire 10th grade student body. And, like, her parents rented out a church. Oh, yeah, see? I can't even imagine the amount of money to, like, host that many people, you know? Like, my birthday parties were, like, 6 friends at max. If that. And then family members if they were in town. She invited the much like the MC in this game. Parents were like, you were invited, you should go. Yeah, that was a thing when I was, like, younger, too. Whenever I would have a party or go to a party, we always had to invite all of the other kids in our grade, or, like, in our class, so that nobody was excluded. But there were, like, bullies in my class. And so we got really good at sneakily inviting people and not getting caught. It was weird. It was annoying that we had to do that. Your moms had taken you out shopping the other day. You'd searched through... Oh, do I get to pick the gift? Oh, I do! You picked out a stuffed animal. Yes! You grabbed a necklace and bracelet set. I wouldn't think to do that. You had found a light-hearted adventure book. I might do that. You chose a yarn craft kit that made a toy. Oh, that would be cute, but I don't know if I would have thought to get that. You let your moms pick. Your moms didn't appreciate that what you had picked and chose something else. What did I pick? If that's the case. I feel like I would have picked maybe the book. You remembered the story as something funny but interesting. It had nice characters, low stakes, and witty author who made the occasional aside about the various shenanigans and adventures got into. It was like a McDonald's Happy Meal toy that I tried to give her. You hoped that it was up Miranda's alley. Yeah, I don't know enough about her. You described it to Cove briefly, and he had no objections. Not a bad idea. I think I usually went with books for gifts, just because it was easy. And it wasn't, like, personal. You brushed your hands against the side. I really hope Miranda likes her gifts, but I think we both did good. With that, he gave you a sunny grin. You touched the gift one more time and then stepped away. Without the direction of needing to put away stuff, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward and Cove shrunk in on himself as he looked around. Yes, baby, you and me both. Too many people. Way too many people. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered over to a nearby tree where you wouldn't be in the way. Yes, find a small corner, sit there, and hang out. From there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You were glad that Cove had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. Yes. You watched him and he gave you a nervous grin. It reassured you a little and you smiled back. What next? Cove did not appreciate being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. Birthday party stuff? Thanks, Cove. You didn't seem to be in time for cake. What with people still arriving, nothing else seemed to be organized yet either. He noticed that himself and tried again. Oh, he noticed that himself and tried again. We could find Miranda. Wish her happy birthday, I guess. That was an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. This is fair. Okay, we could say hello. Wish her happy birthday. Ask her what she wants people to do.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. At that point, it was decided, and the Miranda hunt had begun. You wandered around anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair color, you got a little bit closer, but more than once it turned out to not actually be her. Hey, look! I feel like the birthday girl wouldn't be that hard to find. Finally, he pointed over at the real Miranda. She smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed a little overwhelmed with being the center of attention today. Oh no. Hi, Cove. Hi. She's so cute. Look at her unicorn shirt. Happy birthday. Thanks. I'm really glad you could come. You all stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem genuinely happy, but there was still a distance between you. This is a great-looking party. Thank you. Aw, shy baby. There is something you need to do? Should we just hang out? Oh, well, you can talk to people if you want. There are games that are going to start soon. Oh, she voiced that whole thing. I didn't catch it. And the bounce house should open later. If you feel like jumping, then after that, it's cake and present time. We'll have ice cream too. After that is when people will start going home. I hope it's okay with you guys. Cove nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation. Thanks for letting us know. You grinned at her and she nodded back. Miranda waited there and you became hyper aware of the silence forming. You heard a shout for a Randy and Miranda brightened up a total 180 with how stiff she had been with you. I gotta talk to some more people. Bye. The birthday girl ran off to her friend, leaving you and Cove with at least a little more idea of what to expect. You both glanced at each other wordlessly. You felt a little disappointed. It was going to be hard to get to know Miranda better with how in demand she was probably going to be today. Yeah. This is why I don't like parties. It's not a good place to really get to know people. Hopefully you would get to talk with her later. All that was left now was finding something to fill the time until the activities began. You tried to chat with people, you just talked with Cove, you found a quiet spot to sit, you just stood around where you were. I would do these two things. I would find a spot to sit and talk with Cove. We're just gonna talk with Cove. You started talking about how you felt about this kind of birthday party and what you wanted to do for the next party. Cove made the occasional suggestion. The conversation became silly as you started joking about ridiculous party ideas. Cove wanted a moon party, and you wondered if anyone ever had tried to make a cake big enough to be the party location. Okay. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. The constant buzz of conversation dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather around because it was game time. I don't want to participate. I just want to sit by my tree. I wonder what's gonna happen. You shrugged. You scanned the area to make a guess. You made a joke about something that wasn't going to happen. talking about Mario Party. You saw a picture of a donkey hung on a tree, a table with a lot of candy, and even more balloons. I guess we could be playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey? I doubt it. Then what do you think it is, Mr. Smarty Pants? He pointed at the poster of the tailless donkey and he shook his head. I've never seen anybody play that in real life. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bounce house. For everyone else, it was time to play Pin the Tail on the Donkey. Sure, I guess. You had called it. I'm smart. Cove raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. I've played it before. It sucks. It's not... Pin the thing on the thing while you're blindfolded is just... It's never really as fun as people think it is. It's really boring. You were excited. You thought it was kind of silly. You were a little weirded out. You were fine with the game. You didn't know how this would go. I'm fine with it. I don't care one way or the other that we're playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey. I don't care. You didn't have anything against Pin the Tail on the Donkey. It would probably turn out okay. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. You casually stepped up to join the line. The donkey in question was a cartoony poster with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. Ooh, that sounds scary. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on a tree trunk. How many feet? I'm short. The teen who arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the sign, away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with the tail instead. Usually people use, like, tape. They don't actually use, like, tacks or nails for this. It's usually, like, tape or something. Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some kind of bizarre earring. He wouldn't be winning that far from the target. His next opponent did far better by landing on the donkey's back. The spectators clapped politely and the line moved up. The kids under 10, where the kids under 10 get to go in the bouncy castle first, whereas the older kids are playing a mini game. That's what it was. So the younger kids get to bounce in the bouncy castle. More teens tried their hand at it. Some got closer to others, but no one had gotten it perfect yet. Soon, it was Cove's turn. Good luck, best friend. He was blindfolded and spun just like the others. At this point, it was a close match that everyone was watching with bated breath. Cove approached the donkey and stuck the tail without any hesitation. Did he cheat? Cove stood back and removed his blindfold, cheering when he saw how close he was. He turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. Are you challenging me? Oh, I cheated all the time at this game. He just fucking challenged me. Did you see that? With the blindfold on, the bright park became utterly dark, and as you were spun around, the sounds around you seemed to get louder. I'm gonna beat his ass. Not literally. I'm gonna beat him. At least, you could tell the direction of the bounce house from the shrieks of the younger children. Yeah, orient yourself. Come on, baby. You stopped spinning and stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. Win! You placed it directly in front of you. You placed it to the right. You placed it to the left. You reached and placed it up. You bent and placed it downwards. I don't think it's so low that I have to reach up. Or I don't think it's so, like, high. Because there's kids. I don't know which side the tail is actually on. Yeah, this is out. I really don't think that the butt of the donkey is going to be that tall. And I don't know which side of the poster the butt is on, the right or the left, so this is... It's a total guess, I think. I don't think there's logic to it. Well, in my mind's eye, the donkey head is on the left, and the butt is towards the right. So I'm gonna go a little, just a little, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. You pressed the tail into the target and stepped back. You took your blindfold off to check your results. There was some clapping from the audience. The tail wasn't too far off. Behind you, there was practically enthusiastic woo, and a few people mentioned how close you got. Should I just done it directly in front of me? Was that the answer? Is that what it was? You smiled and looked back at Cove. He seemed amused. His tail wasn't off by much either, and you couldn't tell which of yours was winning. They were just too nearby. Oh, okay. I think if I had placed it like directly in front of me, I would have just won. A few more kids took their turn. One girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree. You were pretty sure it had been on purpose. Okay. I don't know why. With the line empty, the game was finally over. The adult running thing started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than donkey. Usually you take the other tails off. In the end, Cove is announced the winner and lots of smiles and applause. Butthead. He grinned and seemed pretty proud of himself. He was handed a first place fistful of candy from the man in charge. Cove needed both of his hands to accept it all. I'm not helping you carry your candy, you cheater. He tucked the candy into his pockets. It filled more than one. He's just walking around with a bunch of candy. You congratulated Cove. You were disappointed you didn't win. You were really impressed with his win. I think he cheated. You shrugged the game off. You teased Cove. You looked cute. Oh! This. I'm gonna get back at him by fucking flustering. Flirt. And that'll make him embarrassed. And that'll be a personal win.
What?
Really? Wait, what? A blush started on his cheeks and you giggled. Eventually, he chuckled along with you, looking pleased enough. Personal win. Personal. You asked if he'd be willing to share his prize. He didn't ask. I don't want the candy, but I would love to share with him. I'm not gonna ask. If he wants, he'll offer. It was his and you didn't need any. There would be other treats later. An older teen walked up, tall enough to tower over you and Cove. Whoa, how tall is this kid? You felt a little intimidated by his stern-faced teenager until he started to speak. Oh, her voice was low but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. Oh, she has RBF. Hi, I'm handing out party favors. Do you want one? Sure. She showed you party hats. She insisted they were the key to a true party mood. She had two options, either a colorful headband with two tiny party hats arranged over the ears, or a tiara with a star on it. They were both very festive.
It's okay.
No thanks. You knew the teen hadn't actually glared at him. Her default facial expression just seemed grim. That sounds more like a college student. You wanted one of the headbands. You picked the I want the cool headband. Tall girl has scrawl vibes. You pointed at the blue hat. You pointed at the pink hat. Purple! Purple! The teenager handed you the hat with a surprising amount of gusto, given her expression never changed. She gave you a serious thumbs up for taking it. Yeah. Then you encouraged Cove to pick one. He said he didn't want one. I'm not gonna make him pick one. He already said he didn't want one. Let her go. It's fine. Both of you had made your decision, and that was it. Yeah. The unknowing teenager nodded approvingly at you both and went to pass out hats to more people. You put the party hat on your head with a smile, and it fit well. It was surprisingly comfortable. That's really surprising. Party hats are not comfortable. It really completes your look. When did you get so fashionable? Okay. He smirked at you and just adjusted as you adjusted your new accessory. I'm a party animal now. It does look very good on me, thanks. I don't know why I'm doing it. Don't ask me. Just did it for fucksies. You gave the hat another once-over and raised his shoulders.
Yes.
I guess because of the party atmosphere? I thought you didn't want me to ask you. I never said I didn't want to answer. What? What? Oh. After that, people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers milled about until they were told to find partners. I already have mine. Best friends, but the best friends get to be partners. You tried to listen to the rules, straining your ears to listen to the adult announcing what you were supposed to do. It was a simple game. One person in a pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in their mouth. I don't like this game. I already don't like this kind of game. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round and everyone would take a step back and the former catcher would become the This is... Wait, no. This is like the water balloon game I used to play. But not candy. It was, you would toss it, the other person would catch it, and if it didn't break, you both took a step back, toss it again. But it wasn't candy, it was water balloons. It's weirder with the candy thing. Because you can't... Throwing candy into somebody's mouth is, like, dangerous. Water balloons aren't necessarily dangerous if you're just, like, underhand tossing them. It's a little weird. The game would continue, the players getting further and further, until one set of partners were the only ones left standing, or everyone lost in a round. About half of the guests had already found partners. They moved fast. You noticed Cove had his eyes on... Like, we were gonna pick anybody else. Something impossible to her. Like marshmallows. Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be the safe choice to pair up. Yes. I'm not gonna pick anybody else. There's nobody else here that I want. Agree to be Cove's partner. I don't want to play. I mean, I don't really want to play, but I will play if Cove plays. Let's do it, partner. Cool. He beamed at you and started wondering about your respective candy catching abilities. Two rows of players facing each other formed. Cove tilted his head towards them and you started to head over. You both lined up directly in front of each other and took a while to pass out the candy. You were... I'm hoping it's soft candy, you know, like gummies or something. Oh, bag of gummies! That smelled strongly fruity. I was 2 words away from my thought. You noticed Cove took it upon himself to do a taste test of the red one across from you. They're not bad. I mean, they're gummies, they're meh. Gummies are neutral-ish. You should have waited. You tried one for yourself. I'm taking one for myself. You ended up grabbing a purple gummy. It was sweet, and you guessed it was supposed to be grape flavored, but it was mostly just really sugary. Yep. And then it was time to begin. Cove's row was set to throw first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. I can't catch, so this is gonna be great. He grinned, and Cove's smile looked more genuine and less filled with tenseness. The game was on. For some reason, when they initially talked about it, I thought it was gonna be like M&M's or like Starburst. That's what I was thinking of. I don't know why. I don't know why I wouldn't think it was gummies. Gummies make sense. The adult in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cove were only a couple feet away from each other. With Cove's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Bullshit, I did. Like you, most of the other players moved on to the next round. There were a few gaps in the rows as everybody took a step back. The round was harder with pairs further apart, but not overly so. It could be done if both partners tried. You did your best as you tossed it. You had fun with it, but you still tried. You threw the candy without care. You made sure it missed. I would get competitive. You carefully plucked the gummy out of the bag and felt the weight. You shifted it in your hand a couple times for practice and then told Cove you were ready. You went for the underhand throw, careful to aim for Cove's mouth. The blue candy arced and landed perfectly in Cove's mouth. Yes! You chewed it twice and then smiled. Aww, look at that happy face. You could tell Cove was genuinely pleased to make it through another round and you were happy. Yeah, he was also trying the first round, and if he wants to try, I'll try. Like, I want him to be happy too. I don't want to just fuck us over. The next round began and you could take another step back. Cove was even further away now, but he made an okay sign. He was in this to win it. Alright. Around you, the once packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wondered how many rounds everyone had left in them. Cove swung his arm and made eye contact with you. You nodded, and the green candy flew towards you. It's dramatic. You tried your best to catch it. You casually tried to catch the candy. You refused to have green candy thrown in your mouth. You did not try to. I'm gonna try it because I want to win with him. He wants to win. You followed the arc of the candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it and you tilted your head to the left to compensate. Intense candy tossing games. You bit down on the candy, grinning with your victorious catch. It tasted sweet and vaguely like Slurpee. I don't know why, it made me think of that, it's a meme, and it's like a stick figure somebody drew, and the Final Fantasy XIV community uses it all the time. Where it's like somebody who's like shaking something in their mouth, like a dog. And their eyes are red, they're like rabid. I don't know why. The thought of catching the green candy made me think of doing that. Because I get competitive. Victory. I got it. Yeah, little. He was thrilled. He was entirely invested in the game at this point. Sweet baby. You and Cove were still in the game. You knew it was the final round. Only a few other pairs were still left. Let's fucking go. Cove was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw. The careful way he watched you. Let's do it. Come on, baby. You were charmed by his attitude. You equally wanted to win. You didn't want to let him down. You thought it was kind of funny. You felt nervous under the pressure. I find it kind of charming, but I also equally want to win. But it's more because I want to win with him. I found it charming. You liked having a partner that was so into the game. His determination sparked something in you. Admiration? An answering desire to win? You weren't sure. Let's go! Toss that candy, baby! Cove gave you a firm grin, and you prepared to throw. Your fingers grabbed the orange gummy from the bag. Ew. It felt solid in your grasp, even if your hands were starting to get sticky from the touching. Ooh. I don't like that. Cove leaned his face towards you and bent his knees ready to catch. Come on! The time came. You looked at the candy and then Cove. You tried your best. You threw it casually. You messed up your throw on purpose. No, win! Cove followed the candy with his eyes. Your throw unfortunately spun out to the side and looked like a loss was on the horizon. Ugh. Pressure. But he made a move for it and it was good. He snatched the candy out of the air with the corner of his mouth. Oh. Yeah, that's hot. The wide grin spread on his face and Cove victoriously chomped down on the candy. Yay! Along with the cheer, he jumped up in excitement and pumped one arm. You look to your left and then to your right to see a few remaining pairs walking away. Commiserating over their losses, yeah. With some shock, you realize that you and Cove were the only ones who made it that round. You won. Fuck yes! You watched the moment Cove clicked into the same realization. Yay! His face brightened like sunshine and he jogged over to close the distance between you. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. Hug! 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 High five. You put arm around Cove. You jumped into a hug. You ruffled his hair. You nudged him in front. Hug! 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 His eyes went big when he realized you were going for a hug, and he smiled and caught you, hugging you back tightly. You'd won this together. Yes! I won. I got my hug. That's what I wanted. He giddily stomped his feet in place in front of you, as though he couldn't contain his energy. He's so happy! Yay! I hope he won something cool. Not more candy. You adjusted the hat that had nearly fallen off throughout the— Oh, I still had the hat on. I forgot. Nice catch. Nice throw. That throw was ass. The game told me so. The game runner strolled over and merrily gave you both a bunch more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. Oh, I don't want candy. I hate candy. I don't hate candy. I like chocolate. I don't like candy. I don't like sugar candy. Cove laughed over just how much candy you both had acquired. Between this game and Pin the Tail on the Donkey, you were swimming in sugar now. Yes. With the candy toss over, you were going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait long. We just have to sit until there's cake. I want cake. You heard someone in the crowd shout that the bounce house was officially open for older kids. I don't know how I feel about that. Those aren't actually that fun. You and Cove shared a look. Cove smiled, and you knew he wanted in. Oh, he wants to do— Okay. You both ran over to the bouncy castle and kicked your shoes off. You crawled into the inflated castle with Cove, hot on your heels. There were a couple other teens inside already. Those bitches are fast. You started to get a feel for bouncing. Cove hopped from the middle to the side and back just after you landed from a particularly high jump. Someone else snuck in. It was the birthday girl herself. Oh, Miranda! Hi, Miranda. Hi, Miranda. Hello. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. Okay. I hope you're having fun. She's so cute. She hopped around with her hands in front of her like a kangaroo, and it was a surprisingly effective way to clear distance in the bouncy house. Aw, it's cute. She then jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the side and touching the tips of her toes with her fingers. Ooh! Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She dumped a couple more times, gaining height, before doing a backflip and tucking into a ball. Oh my god! I'm impressed by the 13-year-old. She managed to land on her feet, but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled back and fell on her butt. Cove clapped and Miranda inclined her head almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. Cuties. You're so good at this. She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cove's bouncing slowed down to accommodate for conversation. My family gets these every year, and we have a trampoline in the backyard. How wealthy are all of these kids? You're so lucky. That's so cool. I want to do flips too. You nodded along to the conversation. You clapped for her stunts. That's so cool. Miranda giggled a bit, and then her eyes sparkled. Hey, I can launch someone if you want. If I jump in front of you, then your bounce will go higher. There's a roof to this. Okay, launch me. Not me. I'd rather just launch me. I want to hit the roof. Her excitement clear on her face, Cove watched with interest. She explained more clearly how this was supposed to work, and you got ready to bounce on her cue. 1, 3, 2, 1. The moment she came down, you jumped high. The force of her, just as she had said, helped launch you up. It's so cute. The air rushed past your face, and then you were coming back down. Your feet hit the bounce house hard enough to help launch Miranda up a little as well. She giggled some more, and the two of you took turns bouncing each other up. Cove clapped or offered suggestions, but it was becoming clear that he wanted to turn too. Yeah, give the boy a chance. Miranda invited him to join and tried to synchronize your bounces to launch Cove up super high. He's already too tall. The first time resulted in everyone crashing down in a pile of laughs, but the fifth attempt, oh god, Cove managed to keep some serious airtime and hit his head on the top of the bouncy castle. Woo! You all had fun bouncing around. You twirled, Miranda did stunts, Cove futilely tried to touch the highest tip of the— oh, I guess it is way taller than him. He's gonna break his arm again. You and Cove chatted with Miranda more than you ever had at school. She truly was the queen of this bouncy castle. Whenever someone did something cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. Yeah, it's actually really hard to get up in those, because everybody keeps bouncing and you're trying to stand up. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns at the bounce house, so you and Cove left. As you slipped on your shoes, you saw Miranda get drawn into conversation with a group of adults. She would be talking to them for a while. Are they getting ready for cake? I want cake. You and Cove decided to take a break and hydrate. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. Water. Cove handed you a party noisemaker he picked up from the same table, and he blew on his, and it made a funny sound when it unrolled. Hydrate. Oh, I forgot to add that. Cove downed his drink in a couple gulps. He had gotten pretty into bouncing after all. Oh, he has the little thing. You were still sipping on your water when Cove blew on his noisemaker again and then again and again. It was almost a tune. You couldn't recognize any particular melody, but a noisemaker also isn't an instrument. The noise cut through the hum of the other party guests, loud and noticeable. You asked Cove to stop. You started blowing your own noisemaker. You blew your noisemaker back at Cove. You were amused. Yes. You blew hard enough to unfurl the paper completely straight and jutted towards Cove, almost tapping his chin. Noisemaker war. He wasn't going to let that stand. He retaliated and blew his back at you and nearly touched your nose. I've done this, though. It was a game now. Both of you tried to land a light hit on the other. Cove managed to get your chin while you scored right in between his eyes. Thank God I didn't hit his eyes. Don't aim that high.
Oh, great.
Oh, great. Oh, no! Someone vaguely familiar shouted, and you snapped your head to the side. Cove's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. The speaker stepped up, and there was no doubt it was Jeremy. That mean boy you met at the start of summer. Oh no, you groaned. Oh, hey, it's the bowl cut kid. You felt very uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. You instantly got angry at his presence. You tried to ignore Jeremy being there. I will try and be polite. Maybe, just maybe, he'll be in a better... It doesn't sound like he's actually going to be in a better mood, but I want to try and keep the peace. Hi, how are you? Your greeting went unacknowledged, and Jeremy scowled and... Alright, well, that's the end of that. That's as far as my kindness goes. Look at him! Why are you here? Cove's tone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack as if Cove's question was the idiocy above all idiocies. Didn't I already explain this? He hadn't, so both you and Cove exchanged a look. Do you have memory loss or are you really stupid? Seriously. Why do you look so tired, kid? Get some sleep.
Walk here.
I didn't walk here, my parents brought me. Apparently, I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. I sympathized, though. No, they insisted I get out and enjoy the day and have fun on vacation, blah blah blah. He said enjoy the day and have fun on vacation, like some people would play scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. This kid is like me. I wasn't this mean, though. They found a park because I hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. Ugh, it's dirty here, they don't know anything. Oh, and then they saw this stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what was going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. I do think that's a little weird to go up to some kid's birthday party and ask to be included. Get it now? That's how parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anybody want strangers at their birthday? Why can't they just ever leave things? Actually, I kind of agree with that. It's kind of weird that they did that. He huffed loudly, his eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that presumably were his parents. Do they have green hair like him? Yeah, that's really awkward. That doesn't sound very bad. And all you can do is complain about it. Sucks to be you. You tried to be friendly and welcome Jeremy to the park. You didn't bother trying to respond to that mess of a rant. I'll just agree. Yeah, that's really awkward. You don't have to say it back to me. I know. Fair enough, I guess. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park for a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke again.
So dumb.
How can people really go around in those embarrassing party hats? Do they think it's fun or something? How could a human being be so dumb? Hey! Jeremy shook his head and glanced at Cove's lack of hat. I guess that's one brain point for you. It's just kind of nice to do party stuff. Jeremy scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was nasty as he spoke. I'm not surprised an empty-headed person like you would think that. Damn! Ow! Jeremy looked you over, completely dismissive. It's so rude you can't help but feel offended. It's so rude I couldn't give a shit. Cove's face hardened. He seemed more offended than when anybody actually insulted. Oh, baby! Just because you don't know how to be happy doesn't mean no one else does. And it's your fault if you hate everything. It's not okay for you to take it out on little... My friend. He helped me. She isn't doing anything wrong, you are. Oh! Jeremy seemed unfazed by Cove's defense and sniffed. Little can humiliate herself on her own. She doesn't need you to step in and do it for her. Is that like reverse white knighting? I'm so confused. You poured your drink on Jeremy. You pushed Jeremy. You punched Jeremy in the face. That would be funny. You drowned out his words with your noisemaker. You stood still, shocked. You I wouldn't cry. This is funny. Why are all of them, like, so aggressive? Like, I mean, yes, his face is very punchable. Out of respect for Miranda, I will not cause a scene. Nor do I want to lay hands on another person. I don't like touching other people. It's not, just don't do it. I mean, I'm not sad enough to cry. I'm not really shocked, I guess. Yeah, that's where we're headed. I think this is the best option. Dude. Oh. It didn't take long for him to piece together that you weren't gonna let him speak without interruption.
Stupid.
How stupid. He shut his mouth, though, and finally stopped talking. You're a dick! You're ruining someone's birthday. She doesn't seem bothered. I'm gonna find your parents and tell them. Don't say anything like that ever again. You laughed at his reaction. This is all funny to me. People were starting to watch what was going on. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if we're so awful? Jeremy glared even more and huffed. He's a tsundere. This is how he expresses his friendship. Talking to you is pointless. Dumbasses. He stalked off like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. Okay, bye. You blew your noisemaker after him with a final long doot. Cove sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He relaxed, but only for a moment. He noticed just how much attention you'd drawn from the other guests. Yeah, this is how he tries to make friends. Luckily, it hadn't gone on long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult with a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who it was and if everyone's alright. You should have the option to just yell, "He said a bad word!" So, in both scenarios so far, I've had the option to attack him. To, like, physically assault this kid. When you first meet him and he picks on Cove, there's an option to tackle him. And then just now I had the option to, you know, make a scene, basically. And punch him in the face, which would have been really fucking satisfying to do. But I just wouldn't do that. I just don't. There's no reason to lay hands on them. If you just ignore them, for the most part, they usually go away. The game really wants to bait you into getting violent. What's funny is normally in these types of games, I would. I'd be like, I'll do it. Well, actually, it's usually the opposite. It's like, I want to punch this kid, and then they never give you the option to do such a thing. It's just against this kid, this, like, 12-year-old kid. And I'm like, I'm not gonna punch the 12-year-old. At least, not in front of a bunch of other people and adults, where I'll get in trouble. Not that stupid. But yeah, I wonder what would have happened had you, like, started fighting. Like, if you get kicked out or something, or if they take you away. You're like, once he's 19... Yeah, though. I'll punch a 19-year-old in the face.
It's okay.
I'm fine. Thanks for standing up for me, Cove. Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adults if you were okay. I'm fine. Really, I'm probably the best in this situation so far. I thought it was funny. Everything's fine now. You don't have to worry about us. The concerned adult lingered for a few seconds, but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Cove rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all of that nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprise laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving, and all the complex emotions brought about by one meeting with Jeremy. Aw, baby. I can't believe it. He spoke in fits and starts. The look on his face after you started with it was hilarious. How can Jeremy be like that? He shouts at us, he barely knows us, and it was at a birthday party for someone he's never met. I don't know. You agreed Jeremy was totally nuts. You wished that you had done something more. You hoped you would never see him again. You weren't sure how to feel. You were just happy Jeremy was gone. You felt sad that he was so mean. You wished you had punched him, basically. I feel bad that the kid is so miserable, kind of, because he's miserable for a 12-year-old. Does he really have to always be like that? Cove seemed to think about his next words carefully before he spoke. I don't think it matters what we do around him. Jeremy's just gonna yell no matter what. We shouldn't worry about it. I guess so. Do you want to tell your moms about Jeremy, I mean? Why? He always picks fights. Maybe they'd know how to handle someone like him. Maybe? Thanks for asking. You decided to bring it up to your moms later. Do you want to keep this between you and Cove? I mean, I guess I just don't actually see the logic of telling the moms. Nothing actually happened. It was just kids being shitty to each other. There's nothing to report. I mean, I don't know, maybe they'll have sound advice. But I think their advice is just gonna be, oh well, just let them be, ignore them. They'll move on. I don't really want to get the moms involved. But I kind of want to see what they say. It's like what my character would actually do versus what I think would be interesting to watch. Like I want to know what both answers lead to. I mean, sure, we'll go with Cove's suggestion, mostly because Cove suggested it. It was his idea. I'll let them know.
Alright.
Finally, you bent over and picked up the noisemaker that Cove dropped when Jeremy appeared. It's all covered in grass now, just get a new one. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. He appreciated it softly when you offered the little favor back to him. Thanks. I like how we can be there for each other. It makes me feel better about this kind of stuff when it happens. Yes! It was so sweet. Yee. Cove suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time. Cake time. There's a free table there. Let's get ready for some cake. How big is this cake? There's a lot of people here. You and Cove tried to settle down after the last event. You took seats across from one another at one of the park tables. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part, you simply watched the adults run around and set up the cake cutting. There was a minor panic when who you assumed was Miranda's dad apparently forgot the lighter for the candles. He and another man went through and started asking the other adults for matches or lighters. They weren't having any luck until the grim-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled out a green lighter out of the ice cream cooler. Why the lighter was put in the cooler remained a mystery, but with Party Hat Girl's find, it was time to get things going again. What? Miranda sat at the head of the long table. A large chocolate cake was set in front of her. She lit all 14 candles with the cooler lighter with a big smile. The adults started singing Happy Birthday and the rest of the guests joined in. What the fuck with the lighter? I'm so confused. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. She closed her eyes and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was a birthday wish. Miranda cut her own slice, then one of the grown-ups took over cutting the cake. Cake. Another adult passed around plates of cake slices with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Eventually the cake got around to you and Cove. It sounds so... Oh no, I'm so hungry. Cove was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist and smelled chocolatey. You only wanted to eat the ice cream. You only wanted the cake. You wanted both cake and ice cream. You did not want it. Cake and ice cream. You took a bite of ice cream. The vanilla wasn't bad, but it was a little bland. What? The chocolate cake, however, was rich in flavor. Did they get shitty vanilla ice cream? Like, I'm confused. Vanilla ice cream is nice. Cove then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake and mixing it with his ice cream, right? When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly crumbs, he started mixing it with his ice cream, and melted parts of the ice cream made kind of chocolate cake soup. Oh my god! Somebody else who does this! Whoa! I'm so fucking happy. I do the same thing. I also like cake that way. Yes! Yeah, it's good though. It's better with brownie. Man after my own heart. As he shoved a bite of his ice cream cake in his mouth, he looked extremely validated. Yes! Cove contentedly chowed down on his concoction. One advantage of his mix is that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating a cake. I'm so fucking happy! Nobody ever brings that kind of stuff. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cove's shirt remained clean. I'm gonna marry him! You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoyed yourself plenty. Cove suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up at the sky with a faraway expression. You checked, but didn't see anything attention-grabbing. I'm still so fucking hyped. This ice cream is better than the ones in cups, you know, with the little wooden spoons, but I still kind of want that instead. You remembered what kind he was talking. Yeah, I remember those. Oh yeah, like the ones handed out at the barbecue before the fireworks happened. Right. Cove smiled nostalgically at the thought. You could picture a younger Cove for a moment with the same look in his eyes. You've offered him a bite of your dessert. You asked him if you could have a bite of his dessert. You smiled about the memory to yourself. Do we want to share in reminiscing about the sharing of ice cream? I'll share. We eat the same thing. Do you want any of mine? I mean, it's all the same thing, but it's really just for fun. He raised his eyebrows for half a second before the realization came. Laughter burst out of him. Yeah, I remember that part too. Don't blush! Take the ice cream! You told him you were serious. I mean, I am. Really, Cove? I mean, it's all the same stuff. I don't care. He rubbed his neck, leaning back in his seat. He was taken aback and even more bashful. Alright, we don't have to. It's fine. You can say no. You can always say no. Well, I already have some on my plate, so it's different. We were kids, and... yeah, sorry. It's fine. It's fine, Cove. I get it. You don't want to get my cooties? No! Yeah. I mean, it's fine, but I also want to be like, how is it different? Because I want to see what he says. He spoke with a tenser tone. You were testing him. Oh, I'm pushing. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Cove gulped as he looked at you and then your respective dessert plates. It's fine. I'm sorry. He took a quick breath and grabbed your fork without letting himself hesitate and took a bite. You smiled. Yay! Thanks. It's like Canon Little. She's just so completely oblivious. She's like, it's not different. Just take it. And he's like, oh my god, it is. Miranda then started to open her gifts. She systematically attacked the mountain of presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them out loudly before opening the gift. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cove got her. You were glad the presents were accepted. It took time, but eventually Miranda got through all the gifts. She was very sweet and polite throughout it all. How nice. An avocado! The party went until the sun began to set. By that point, most of everything had settled down and people had begun to leave. Any of the guests whose parents had stayed for the party were already gone, except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids still waiting for their parents had come get them remained, you and Cove included. Miranda's family were cleaning up, and as a guest, neither you nor Cove were supposed to help with that. Okay. Instead, you both had decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way where you could casually wait for your ride. We're just vibing in here? Sure. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even bouncing anymore. Cool. Yeah. Cove laid on his side with his back to a wall, and Miranda sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You also made yourself comfortable. It was nice and warm in the small building. You also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. You could all speak openly here. Sure. Thanks for coming. She looked down, but continued shyly. It's been really cool to get to hang out with you a little bit. She's so cute. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks for me too. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it either. I'm so happy I could come. You shrugged. You chose not to respond. Thank you. Miranda just smiled a little more. So, did you notice anything happen earlier with some people you don't know showing up? She had to think about the question a little, and it was apparent that she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy since there was no instant recognition. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I heard about something. Some of the parents were talking to my parents when their kid came and forced them to leave the park. Oh. She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird but also not important. She tilted her head to the side, finding... Oh, I read the same one! Then everyone had cake and ice cream. Cove smiled uncontrollably. I, spaced out in between finishing that sentence and starting the next one. She was clearly worried that the Jeremy confrontation could have gotten to her. Luckily, it didn't seem anyone had overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Cove rolled over on his back and sighed contentedly. Miranda seemed confused, but wasn't going to push. You got up and started bouncing again. You laid back and closed your eyes, changed the subject, told her about the... Don't need to tell her. Just chill. The air-filled floor was comfy, and when you listened, you could feel the vibrations of the blower keeping the bouncy castle up. The silence stretched between everyone, and you opened your eyes to take a peek at the others. Cove was still relaxing, but Miranda was looking between you two, looking confused. You smiled to yourself and closed your eyes once more. You spent the rest of the time content and dozing until it was time to go home. Why was she confused? At the end of the day, you thought it had been quite the party. Okay. Okay. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go get some water. Get some hydrate. I'll be right back. I now have my hydrate. Okay. So we're gonna go into the family one next. Yeah. Family one. And then down, up, down, over. And we're gonna do the road trip last because it's really, really nice. But this one is like really good. Yeah. The 13-year-old section of this game is really nice because I mean it's all about like you and Cove both exploring, getting older, and I think they handle it all really, really well. Like the conversation about like that they kind of had about sexuality, I think it's handled really nice. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of heat and the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. Fuck you, the sun. The sun is my enemy. You and— oh, Lee! Lee had spread out on a blanket on the top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier that day, and when a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home, you heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. That's a nice little thing. You sat up and searched for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. Nice. Look at her, she's so cute. It was unbelievable. They were singing, dancing, crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. What was it, Cirque du Soleil or something? Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. Look at— she is so cute. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. She was good at it too. You had gotten a chance to hear her sing a couple of times, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. Talented baby! You also liked to sing, but you weren't very good. You also liked to sing, you had a talent of your own. You didn't like to sing, but you had been told you were good at it, you weren't good at singing, and that suited you just fine. It wasn't something you were interested in doing anyway. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Yes, let's do it. I don't know about that. The idea gave you stage fright. Sure, I'll give it a go. That's not a good idea. That'd be embarrassing. But wouldn't showing off to everybody be fun? Maybe for you. You thought of an audience made you feel queasy. Not really.
Are you sure?
Are you really super sure? You have so many skills you could show off to the masses. Don't try and manipulate me. It worked. You could see that Lee was really excited about the idea, so with a small nod of your head, you agreed to go along with it. Just for you, baby. Just because you're so sweet and cute. Oh, she's so excited. I'm gonna sing. What about you? I know singing isn't your thing. I'll sing too. I'll dance. I'll write the song. Oh god. I'll do some kind of stunt that goes to the music. I'll pick the outfits. I'll do the makeup. I'll do the back. Oh! This is me. That's my thing. Yes, that'd make it a real show. I think that's the same option I picked last time, because that's the only thing that appeals to me. I'll draw something, I'll paint something, I'll sew something. I wish I could sew. That'd be cool. You had an art kit at home full of colored pencils and markers that you could use to create a piece for the show. You just hoped there'd be a large enough piece of paper or cardboard for the backdrop. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? No, I don't think I wanted to do any of the other options. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions, after heading back out to the blanket you had started. To get started. You spread a large sheet of paper out in front of you and began, wait, I'm out here drawing this on grass. I don't know about that. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could have told us if it was bad before we put up the real thing. Yeah, that's smart. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Ooh? Oh? Oh? Yeah, he's a good person. I really like him too. He's okay. He's kind of boring. I like him too. I knew you would. But speaking of boys, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Ah! Nothing? Oh, that's good. I don't know. You blushed and said nothing. You shouldn't gossip. I think... I'm a little sad. Because the last time I did this, she didn't ask you about the relationship status between you and Cove. She asked you who you liked. And there was a list. And the list included both Derek and Mr. Holden, as in Cove's dad. And I didn't pick it, and I wanted to this time. But I didn't. But the dialogue changed too much. Damn! That would have been so fun. Ooh, you're bright red. I guess it's very good. No! I want to pick that option, though, because I want to see what she says. I want to see if she's like, oh yeah, he's cool. Or if she's like, are you sure? But, like, really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what? No, I'm not! I don't have a crush on Cove. I'll tell him soon. No way, I'm not telling him. I'm pretty sure he already knows. You weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. I didn't expect to just be put on the spot. I didn't have any plans to tell him. This is... okay. I want... like, denial is great. I would never tell him. I would just sulk in my yearning. I'm pretty sure he already knows is also true. You weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. Pretty sure isn't sure. You should declare it to him. Oh my god. You mumbled something incoherent and she gave you a pointed look. Don't pressure me. You know that he has a crush on you too. It's obvious for him. It's obvious for you. Why not just do it? Stop! You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. I don't like this conversation anymore. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sorts of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you, and Lee, frowning slightly, you had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. Wow, who died? What's going on? You looked between them but said nothing. What's going on, guys? Your moms looked at each other, wondering which of them was going to speak first. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke. We're just having a talk with your sister. Is she pregnant? The room fell quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but her moms nodded in agreement with her. Oh, your moms. Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. I got that. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand why was this happening now. When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just had never thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here? No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. I'm gonna have to pass some test to even... Am I gonna have to pass some test to even be a citizen?
No.
No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information but still far from happy. Who were my parents? As people, why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. Babies. I wish we had better news for you. Elizabeth was torn between her emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I can never meet them even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting off the stairs to her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. You should give her a little space to process it all. Your ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. Gotta do that hydrating. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Little, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I want to know. No, I don't want to hear. Not right now. You couldn't even answer. Sure. Might as well. Your parents both nodded in sync at your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. I want you to be here. Yeet. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger. Regardless of what Little wants, as the viewer, I want to know. You turned your face to your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. It's okay, Ma. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth, we used a different organization this time, and you were adopted within the US. We're sorry to tell you, Little, your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop this in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. We're sorry, Little. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show she was there for you. Thank you for telling me. Okay, you said nothing. It's not your fault. You didn't kill them. Okay. You started to cry. You were so angry. I have no idea what, like, learning about being adopted feels like. But I can't imagine really being angry, necessarily. because it's like you're angry about people you've never met and hardly knew about, but again, I don't have any experience. So I did want to know, and now I do. Thank you for listening. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely as though judging how exactly she should react to what's going on. I feel fine, but you didn't mean it. You started to cry, you held back the tears, but you weren't fine at all. Anger rose inside you, you definitely weren't okay, you said nothing. I feel okay, like, my moms are still my moms, and it's like, I guess I'm sad that two people who were related to me died, and that I never got to meet them, but otherwise, like, I'm okay. You spoke with a refreshed tone, as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, but you knew they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. I mean, so, learning about Little today. Or learning about Rabbit, I guess. I'm the third of 3 children, and my 2 older siblings were adopted out to other people. And they both had very different reactions to finding out they were adopted, and stuff like that. So I find the perspective is really interesting. I was not. I did end up staying with my biological family. I wasn't raised by my mom all the time, though. You went to your room. You needed to stay here with your moms. You wanted to get out of the house. You wanted to see Elizabeth. You wanted to see... I do want to see Cove, but I feel like this is a moment where I would want to be with my moms. The Rabbit lore is deep. Rabbit has a fun life. You took a step closer to your moms, glancing at them nervously. Yeah, I couldn't, like, drop this conversation on my moms and then be like, okay, bye. I mean, if I was upset, I could. But, I don't know, it's an emotional thing for moms, too. Because they have to, you know, consider how the baby's feeling, how the kid's gonna feel about it all. You wanted to show them, somehow, that all of this wasn't their fault. They didn't do anything wrong. They adopted some babies, and they're great moms, so there's nothing, they didn't do anything. The last thing you wanted was for them to feel sad. Yeah, I don't want them to be sad. I don't want a sad mom. Are you okay? Your moms both smiled at you softly, a little thrown off by the question. We're only as good as you right now. I'm pretty good. You're a sweet girl, Little, being concerned for your moms like that. Of course, I want my moms to be happy. It's sad hearing that they died, but I guess because I didn't know them, it doesn't upset me. You're my family, you always have been. I love that so much. It's so cute. Ma came over and wrapped her arms around you, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you. We really couldn't have asked for a better kiddo. We love you. More than we could ever say. It's so cute. You smiled at their comfort. You were glad your moms were alright. You're smooshing me. I love you too. You let them hug you for as long as they needed, and it was a nice moment shared between you. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at you. You knew then that you all had each other, and you always would. Yes, the best moms. A knock on the door had all of you snapping your heads towards it for a moment before you exchanged confused looks. Ma pulled herself together with a deep breath and headed over to answer it while you hung back with Mom in the living room. You could hear bits and pieces of conversation at the door and Ma addressing the guest happily. You strained your ears to hear more.
Hello.
Hello, Cove sweetie. I see you've come for a visit. Oh, what an awkward time. Hello. Yeah, it's a little here. Like you would ever ask for anybody else. Ma glanced back over her shoulder at you to gauge the reaction and see if you were up for a guest. When you nodded your head, she turned back to Cove with a smile. She's right here. Thanks. Cove stepped into the house, giving you a wave. Upon seeing everyone standing around, his eyebrows dipped a little.
Are you okay?
Is everything okay? Things seem kind of off. You laughed, you wiped your eyes, you smiled at him, you shook your head in answer. It's fine. You were glad that he had stopped by, even if the timing was odd to him. It was perfect for you. My bestie. My bestie knows when I'm in need. With a hand, you indicated for him to follow you to the living room. You sat together with Cove on the couch while your moms and Lee headed off to give you two some privacy, and you explained to him what had just happened. It took a little while to relay all the information, but Cove listened intently and nodded the whole time. Hey! A voice made you all look up, and you saw your sister standing at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, Elizabeth's back. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So,
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just a little. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Oh, he wants to support me. You can't ask that. You nodded your head in agreement. I want to talk to you. Yeah, I'll talk to my sissy. She's going through it.
really?
Oh, then we're on the same page. She made a little move along gesture with her hand and it was settled. She waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquest. Oh, I was right the first time. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did moms tell you about your parents too? I don't want to talk about it. My birth parents also died. Yeah. I mean, if anybody would understand, she would. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. That was pretty crappy of you to just bail. I'm amazed you noticed that was unkind. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You were quietly surprised at her admission. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? I am just a chill person. The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. Okay. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird, having stuff taken away, not even given a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was going to have a completely different life. So different, I can't even think about what it looked like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. Yeah, I guess it's like the life you never knew you could have had. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. I feel like that too. You knew exactly how she felt. You didn't really understand. The player doesn't understand, but the character might, because they were also adopted. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you, and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me want to ask the question. It was just something I had in my head for a while. When it was just me and the moms in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to the other, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Little. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Technically, one of them could have been related to you. You kept listening to Elizabeth. It really doesn't change anything. I want to see what she says to this, actually. But they told us that they weren't related to us. We knew that. Just let her keep talking. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, just don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilting at the corners.
You'll always be my little sister.
She's so cute. You smiled softly at her. You jokingly groaned at the prospect. You bumped her back. You hugged her. I want to hug my sister. I want to hug. I feel like this is a more sibling thing to do, but I want to hug her. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. You'll always be my family too. Fuck, dude. I think I'm really lucky you took in the moment quietly. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. We should let them come back now. They're probably wondering what's going on. It's been a long day for everybody. You gave her a nod. You can all come back now. Elizabeth called up the stairs and you soon heard footsteps as your moms returned. Lee and Cove came back down too, poking their heads out from behind your moms. How did the talk go? Ma gave the two of you a small smile, though you could tell she was still worried. I hope there was no disownment happening down here. Hey, I hope you're all. Look at her, she's so cute. Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. Are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side. Typical 15-year-old. Fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well, now since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have something fun before the night's over. Love the sound of that. Okay, Cove is part of the family. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay too much attention to it. See? He's the third child. Already. Why not? You hid a smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being a part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. Yes. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? We should do something that we could do here in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Am I still holding my cardboard cutout? Maybe we can do our show. You were bummed you never got to do it after all of that. You weren't so keen on that now. After what it... I feel like doing it would lighten the mood, even though I do not feel like doing it. A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued. It'd be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you cooked up. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. She's so happy. Take some seats, we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. I just forget that I'm holding stuff, I guess. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered your supplies and needed to rehearse the plan one last time. You listened through the song you had chosen one last time. The backdrop you had prepared earlier was also ready to go now that it was needed. With the two of you returning to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down, and then you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You felt nervous all of a sudden. You were pumped for the show. You were unsure. Stage fright. No matter how small the audience was, it was still all eyes on you. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be okay. It'll be good. You stayed quiet. Thank you for being here. No refunds. uh, Your moms gave you a thumbs up and encouragement, ready for the performance. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took a deep breath, waiting a few beats it took to get into song and started singing. The backdrop you created gave a great atmosphere to work off of. I'm talented. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for the encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo, bravo. You're so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face. Hi, bud.
It's nice.
Nice job. Hug me. Hug. Hey, were you the one who drew the backdrop? Yes! Yeah, that was me. He smiled, content over his guess being correct. Nobody else in this house could have fucking done it.
Not bad.
I thought so. It was good. Thanks. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he could recognize your talent so easily. It's so cute. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be part of the family you had. Yee. Yeah, that one's really nice. I know, I love it. You stared out the window, watching the scenery pass by as your mom drove the quiet streets at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly in the radio, turning low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? I guess. You don't sound so sure. Mom wasn't wrong. It is what it was, but your real interests lay elsewhere. I gotta go yell at a cat. Hold on. She's breaking stuff. Sorry, I went to go deal with a cat, and then there was food. Okay. Taking trips down to the library used to be kind of fun when you were a kid, but that was different from right now.
So,
What about you, Cove? You're part of the conversation too.
not really.
Not really. If I didn't have school stuff to do, I would probably be somewhere else.
I see.
I get it. I wasn't too keen on the library in my day either. Really? Well, no, unless you count under 6 years old as my day. She grinned at the two of you briefly. Your mom refocused on driving, humming along to the radio, under her breath, staring back outside. I'm eating food, by the way, so I might not be reading stuff. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of somebody in brightly colored clothing, passing out balloon animals. Cool. How long ago was it that you and Cove watched the amazing Alexander perform magic tricks? Like 5 years ago? 5 or 6 years ago?
Maybe.
Maybe I do. Alexander, the amazing Alexander. He gave us dolphin balloons. Oh yeah. I wonder if he's ever there now. That was the first time you ever went down that street together, I think. I miss my balloon. Girl, that was 6 years ago. He's not gonna remember what he was gonna name it. I can't remember what Kid Me was thinking. Probably something obvious like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your own smile curled up higher at the sentiment. You wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was a gorgeous day, and we're gonna be stuck in the library. It's probably hot out. I don't want to be outside. You lean your face to the sunshine, tempting to close your eyes as the gentle rays warm your cheeks. Mm-hmm. Watch the road, Mom. Next to you was nothing. Oh, I fell asleep. Cove's door was already open. You had reached the destination before you even realized. He didn't wake me up? What about... What time should I pick you two up? Never. We have summer assignments? Fuck that. I never did those. You hopped out the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. You bet your ass if there was a summer assignment, I didn't do it. Fuck it. Fuck 'em. You weren't going to the library to have fun. Bullshit. You needed to make sure that you understood the material forwards and backwards, or else your grades might not be what you need them to be. Meh. Grades are stupid. The two of you went right to the door of the library. Cove reached it first and tugged it open, stepping inside. Aw, he held the door for me. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for a few seconds you were outdoors. The space was filled with the soft din of papers being moved in whispered voices. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the ride here. I was just looking out the window. Just enjoying the day. I'm excited to see Derek. Is Derek here? Want to walk around for a bit. What, don't you think it's nice out? Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Hi, Derek. Look at the cutie. His head snapped up when you were walking over, beamed widely. Hey, little. Hey, Cove. Were you waiting for a while? There's plenty of room. In unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area. Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Me too, man. Me too. Fucking cute tall boys. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I've mastered the fake shot. Okay. I'll show you some other time. The fake shot? Derek looked over to gauge level of interest. Do you know it? I don't know what that is, but I want to know. Soccer's not really for me. All of the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach-related, surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding. He didn't play a lot of team games, but he did like doubles volleyball. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with a segment as he explained. I'm happy he's excited. I won't understand a word. Well, you move the ball like you're going to... Oh! You fake them out. I got you. He demonstrated by running a few steps ahead. Yeah, okay. You can play volleyball on the beach too, so fits in that category. You laughed, bobbing your head at his attempt to get a trick across with no ball. Oh god, we've only been here 5 minutes and we were shut by the librarian already. Sorry, I had burger. And it was like a bigger piece than I thought it was. It took me a second. Sorry. Felt bad. You ducked your head, embarrassed by the reprimand. You were in the library now. You should have known to keep your voice down. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let that derail things.
Oops.
So what are you guys working on? What weren't you working on? There were some things you had gotten to start with. You had yet to start a single assignment, sadly. You had yet to start a single assignment because you didn't feel like it. Oh my god, it's me. but it was still early in the summer and there was lots left to do. I don't care. I don't know. I don't care. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but I'm gonna do that later since it doesn't need extra references or anything. I think the only thing I ever had was like summer reading. They'd be like, finish this book. And then I would read it like in the first week or something while I was still in school mode, or not do it at all. And then forget about it by the time we got back into class anyway. No, I for real like just protested. Well, not protested. I just didn't do any summer assignments because it was stupid. I'm a bad student. I'm doing a timeline. Also, they put the three of us together thinking we would get something done. That was a bad fate. Don't let me down. That was a bad choice. Closing your eyes, you reached into your bag and pulled out a textbook. Your history book. The matter had been settled. Well, me and Cove are doing the same thing. Sure. I doodled. I was doodling. You'd been hard at work, but after some time your attention began to wander. Before you knew it, you were scribbling on the margins of your paper. Oh my god, me. You were in the middle of attempting a shark with toothy jaws open wide when you felt someone looking at you. You glanced up, seeing Cove looking over your scribbles. Cove's eyes rose to meet yours. It's nice. Are you gonna do the rest? Add a second dorsal fin? You're so cute. He pointed at the spot on the unfinished shark. Yeah, thanks. You pushed forward with your scribbly creation. Feeling antsy? You paid enough attention to Cove to recognize when he was no longer feeling comfortable. I mean, he's really easy to read. The game has said that. Yeah, I'm gonna wander around for a bit. Yee!
Talk to you later.
You go, Derek. You get that scholarship. Go walk with Cove. Or hang with Derek. Scrawl, which one do you want to do? I'm cool with either. They're both nice to talk to. Go with Cove. Scroll's over here like, I ship it. Might as well take the opportunity to refresh yourself before getting back to work. Some were dull, some were intriguing, the others were just strange, but you didn't spot anything that made you pause and pick it up. We gotta find the manga section. Looking for something? A reading assignment is more than enough. Always. No, but something might catch my eye. Always. I tear through books. I did when I was younger. I might go out of here. If there's enough time. His comment reminded you of the clock ticking away even after you'd finished your work for the summer. The countdown to the new school year would still be on track. Yeah, we just got out, and it's almost here again. You're looking forward to going back. Not really, I don't want summer to end. I want to grow up. Oh my god, don't say that. You understood that much. I don't think I actually ever said that shit when I was a kid, because I saw the lives of all the adults around me, and I was like, that sucks. I don't want to do that. Sorry, I was throwing away some stuff. What is touch? Is like shoulder touch? Shoulder touch is okay. Essentially, you reach out to him, your thumb stroking the back. Ooh! Hand holding! And the way you hoped was comforting. Ooh! But there's a chance we could end up in the same class. That would be nice. You nodded, glad that he was cheering up some. Trust Cove to look on the bright side. I'd like that. God, we couldn't be in a class together. We'd never get anything done. Smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes. What about you? Do you want to go back to school? Only if you're there. Yeah, I'm ready for school to start. No, I don't want summer to end either. I like summer, but I'm ready to go back to school. I don't know. I fucking hated school. It made you stressed just thinking about it. Cove nodded, obviously getting where you were coming from. There was really no getting away from the topic of school right now. It prompted you to think back to the classes you were in. You pursed your lips. I liked college. Or, I went to an institute, I guess. It's not technically a college, but whatever. I got a degree. That's what counts. History class was one you were looking... I actually really did like history class. At least when I got older, I did. I really hated it when I was a kid because it was boring. I was okay with English class, mostly just because I liked writing. Math pisses me off. Science was cool, but I was bad at it. You wanted to enroll in art... It wasn't mandatory at your school, but you definitely hoped to participate. At most of the schools I went to, You could, I guess graduate with honors or something. Or there was AP credit and then there was like with honors or something. I don't remember. But one of the things you did was take certain extracurricular classes, and that could be art classes. So I took a lot of those, actually. It was also language classes, and that's actually how I got fucked out of graduating with honors. I got screwed out of it. It was stupid. History class was... Oh, I can pick another one. I think English was like my other favorite class as a kid. You liked the books you had to read in English class. The writing assignments were engaging too. Yeah, that's about it. Nothing else. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continued to stroll through the library for a little while longer until Cove caught your attention again. He always has my attention. You claim like that's not... my eyes are always on him. We should probably head back. Derek's gonna be done with all of his homework. Your Cove cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening. Aww. Anytime. It's cool. You are welcome. Don't make a habit. Anytime. Cove smiled, his cheeks pink. Oh, you're so cute. You jerked your head towards Derek and where Derek had been left studying. These two need to stop flirting and get on with it. Cove and you rejoined with Derek and settled back in as quietly as you could manage. Work continued as normal from there. The sound of shuffling dragged you back from out of your head. You looked up surprised to see Derek packing up. What? Don't bail. You could tell he felt proud to be the first one finished. Yeah, he was the only one that didn't go for a walk. Uh-huh. Told you it wasn't anything hard. Wish mine was that easy. But was it even worth coming to the library for that? What are you gonna do now? You wondered how Derek was going to spend his newfound freedom. Hang out with us.
Maybe.
I could look over what you're doing. Maybe I've got some tips. Sure. That works for me. I'll take the help.
I got you.
Thank you, sweet boy. Sweet baby boy. So love you. Leaned over, you were part of the table, and he took some time to get the gist of the point you were in the direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his seat. Okay, I'm gonna look around while you guys been finished. See you! Oh, okay. Bye.
Bye.
See you. Closing his books as he looked over the notes he'd been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated what you had done thus far, too. These kids are way more dedicated than I ever would have been. Again, short of, like, reading assignments, like things I could do in the car while we were traveling or something, you couldn't have gotten me to do homework. You had finished most of the assignments. You'd say there was about half. You still had a long way to go. You had spent most of the time unable to focus. Me. You scowled at the page, disappointed with yourself. You were going to make sure you got twice as much work done next time. Derek's advice seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Aww! No! I didn't want that. Are you about ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. I'm ashamed. I disappointed Derek. We'll have to find whatever Derek had wandered off to. I did let him down. I'm so sorry. He was in the biography section. Ooh. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other supporting himself against the shelf as he strained to grab one of the books. Oh, because he's a short baby. Hey, Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
I'm sorry, baby. That was a struggle you knew all too well. That's why we have a tall friend. You always have that one tall friend that you keep with you. Don't be ashamed. It's okay, baby. Yeah, thanks. Which one? It was an autobiography of someone you'd never heard before. A sports player? Sounds right. Ooh, hiccup. And then the three of you moved to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slightly chilly library interior. I wish our assignment were more exciting. You stared into space. You got any plans after this? I'm gonna work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. That answer was inevitable. The fake out. He was telling about us earlier. Pay attention, little. How about you two? The word you two echoed in your mind. You knew that what Derek meant, but why was he bringing a smile to his face to be linked to Cove? That is a stupid question. We are literally attached. Nothing planned. He's just gonna pass out in my room again. Oh, that's my dad's car. No, Derek, come back, baby. I like you.
Talk to you later.
See you, little. Bye, Cove. I love Derek. Watch Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. Did you get everything done? You got lost in your thoughts. I'll talk to Cove. Sort of. I'll get it done. We both will, right? He smiled, understanding. Right. I feel like I'll need to come back to the library again before summer's over. Why do we have to go to the library for this? Can't we just do it at home? I'll come with you. I still have those books to read anyway. He smiled at the idea. Despite not working on the same thing, it'd be nice to have some company. It'd be nice to have a distraction. That's exactly what he is. I'm good with that. Hey, do you want to do something with me after this? Yes, come hang out with me. Please. Yes, there was never even a question. Cove seemed eager towards the offer. You hadn't exactly expected him to say no, but the agreement will still make you happy. The two of you smiled at each other. Hold hands. Cove looked away after a second, and so did you two, fidgeting with the hem of your shirt. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is.
All right.
Time to go then. You climbed into the car, sliding your usual seatbelts and buckling the belts. Ooh. Hey kiddos, did you get a lot done? Stop asking me that question. No. Mom squinted at you, but you purposely didn't catch her eye. No, don't scold me for this. The car shifted into action and you watched as the library shrunk into the distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it that summer, but at least you knew you were going to have company. You fielded questions from Mom while you tried to juggle the conversation with Cove. When she learned you two were planning on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you'd been working on, and told her about your plans to stick with Cove after getting back. There was something knowing in her smile that made you pause, just for a moment. Uh-oh. Mama, no! But soon enough, the trip was over and you had arrived back in your neighborhood. Cove had run over to his house real quick to drop off his stuff. You also made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you can now freely enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the street together. Hold hands! Please. Please, you're so cute. The afternoon came and went, dinner was eaten, and you were cleaned up, the dishes left behind from it. Cove had elected to stay for the meal today. He passed you a couple plates to rinse in the sink. Even though he didn't have to, Cove asked to do at least something to help. Oh, that's nice. You scrubbed the last of them and let out a satisfied sigh. I hate doing dishes, man. It's like my least favorite chore. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You should come with me. You addressed your guest for the evening. Are you coming with me? Yeah. I don't have to go back till later. Eee! Take it easy, kids. Thank you for the help. When you got back to your room, you noticed your backpack from earlier. It figured it'd be best to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Me and MC Little think alike. It's great. Cove plopped in your desk chair and spun around a bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contentedly as you walked across the room. Oh yeah, he's watching. You didn't need or expect you to try entertaining him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. God, they're so in love, it's adorable. You hefted your bag up onto the bed and sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through the books and paper pockets. How much would I have to pay Derek to do my homework? Not all of it were things you'd need anytime soon. A small pile of most important essence began to grow at the side of your backpack until you'd gone over it all. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. Oh, did I forget something? You instinctually pulled out the opening closer to you and peered inside. The second look through commenced, and then a third, and then you began to open the smaller pockets. Oh, I did forget something. Yeah, it sounded like a DDoS. You were missing your history assignment! By this point, Cove could tell something was wrong. Oh, yeah. We're being fucking sundered! Oh, that sucks. Still find it wild. Poor Primal. Not the history of oh no. Whatever will I do? It's terrible. The first grade of the year is gonna be a 0. I don't give a fuck. You had spent the better part of today making progress on it, and now it was gone. Well, that would be disappointing if you actually worked on it and then it was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you had first begun to look through it. Oh, did it fall out? Maybe it's downstairs or in the car? The work could have fallen out somewhere if you had it in the first place. You were upset by the revelation, but made yourself stay calm. You started to panic. All you could do was shrug. Your stress level shot up. It was best to think positively. Okay. This is me, but also this is kind of me. Like, I would be stressing out and I'd be like, I need to chill. I need to chill or I won't get anything done. But I am a stressful person. Like, I don't give a fuck about homework, but I would still be freaking out because it's like, so there's something like social pressure to have it. And like, even if I'm not gonna do it, it's weird. We'll be the stress. We'll be the stress. It was gone, and now you're going to have to replace everything you did for it. My history homework isn't in my backpack. Cry. At your word, Cove jumped out of his seat. Oh, help me, baby.
No way.
Oh, crap. Is there somewhere we can look? Oh, he's so nice. The bag was kind of open, so... He winced sympathetically. That left a lot of options for where it might be, most of them bad. You made a sudden bolt for the other side of the room, and you started to scour the spot the backpack was originally left in. It's in the car, isn't it? With nothing in sight there, you expanded your search to the rest of the space. Cove did his best to stay out of your way while keeping an eye open for your missing work. It was a frantic and untimely, fruitless effort. An ultimately fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't here. Alright, now we go check the living room. Yeah. It might still be in your house. I bet it's in the car. Fine.
How are you?
Why, hello again. Is everything alright? You kids aren't up there fucking, right? What parents let their 13-year-olds stay up in their room with, like... Well, I guess we don't know that the door is closed. But never. Never would that have been allowed to happen in my house. If I had a boy, even if it was like a friend, right? Like a friend or a group of friends and there were boys, the door had to stay open. And this is when I was like 10. They did not trust us at all. You told your mom what was going on. You gave a rambly explanation of the situation. You answered her with a raised voice. Oh yeah, we're not yelling at Mama. We're just gonna tell her what happened. I unpacked my bag and one of my assignments was missing. Mom, help me, please. Please help me, Mom. Never yell at Mommy.
So sorry.
Sweetie, I'm so sorry. Mom, help. Help, Mom. Please. What's missing? An assignment for school from the library today. Mommy's eyebrows raised with concern at the answer. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they might still be open. I don't think they would have kept it. Thanks, Mom. Don't worry about it. It's not gonna help. You let her go without... Thanks. I don't think it's there, right? Like, I don't think it's gonna help, but I will appreciate her, what she's doing. You're welcome. Just leave it to me. Thanks, Mom. You're great. Cove, honey, can you tell if is there anything you noticed? You were with Little, right? Mama's helping me. Good mamas. I love them. I saw the assignment when Little had it out in the library. I don't remember her putting it away, but I'm pretty positive there was nothing left on the table when we were done. Maybe Derek has it. Maybe Derek accidentally grabbed it. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. You had felt the same with leaving, though it was hard not to second guess things now. Yeah. That's how it goes. You start second guessing your memory. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later. The look on her face was not promising. They didn't see it. It's not there. It's in the car.
Well,
So I got a hold of one of the librarians. Don't have any papers with your name on them. Not that they could see anyway. I'm sorry. Oh fuck, I forgot to check my email the other day. Ew. Gross. God. Interviews and job emails are rough. I'm dealing with that. Thanks for trying. Okay, you had no reply. You groaned. Thank you for trying. Of course, sorry it was a bust. It's not your fault. No, Mom, you're great. Little, hey, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. You're so cute. Good idea. I don't want to. Alright. It's not gonna be there. I'll go over to your house. We're not gonna be looking for papers, though. I get to see your dad? Do I get to see your dad? I totally forgot about the homework. Yeah. I'm dealing with, like, scheduling interviews and all of that stuff right now, too. It's awful. In 2 days ago. 2 hours of interviews with 5 different people? What the fuck? Maybe your dad has my homework? Yeah, I mean, yeah. You got the impression this wasn't just about another place to look. You were stressed over the situation here. He was trying to give you an out. Oh, that's so nice. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood by with creased eyebrows. Take care, kids. Good luck. He saw I was stressed out and wanted to, like, separate and get some air. He's so good. I love him. Baby. Bye, Moms. You briskly made the trip across the street in less than... Have we been in his house yet? I don't remember if we've actually been in his house yet. Or if this is the first time. You briskly made the trip across the street in less than a minute. You were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Cove had been in a rush earlier today too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without thought. No one had moved it since... Oh, he just threw it on the couch. Oh, I know MC... Well, I think I get to talk about that. I think I get to decide how often I come over to his house at some point. But I didn't know if we, the player, have seen it yet. Because I don't remember when, like, the first interaction of that was. You can sit down. Or anything. I'm gonna look. Okay. Thanks, baby. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it with a fluid motion. You were left to wait as he rooted around inside with unexpected level of seriousness. Well, he takes it seriously, then I'm upset. He's my friend. There was no way you could relax right now. You were actually His efforts will not be in vain. It is calming that he is trying so hard. There was definitely some panic earlier, but you had a little time to sort your thoughts. Whether you found it or not, you'd be able to make things work. Still, it wasn't possible to stop Cove on his quest, so you tried to relax in the meantime. I mean, I wasn't going to stop him. I still want to look for it. Why not? Check the car! Eventually, he sighed heavily. Cove's arm was still tucked away inside, but the search was over. Sorry. It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it in this whole time. You just shrugged. It's alright. He dropped the backpack on the floor unceremoniously and spoke with a cautious tone. Typical boy.
Are you okay?
Is it? Are you really okay? Yeah, I'm okay. I really am. I can get another copy and rewrite the stuff. It's nice of you to ask about it. We still haven't checked the car. That's cool, I'm glad. Cove, laughing lightly, you noticed the small shake to it. He was clearly relieved you were going to get through this. Aww. So cute. It was sweet. He had been more upset about the loss than you. I think it's admirable how you keep it together like that. You were flattered he thought so. You were grateful towards him. You silently accepted his praise. I'm grateful that you helped me. Thanks, Cove. It's easier to feel okay because you're with me. It's so cute. He had to gain some courage to be that forward. Returning the favor was too much for him, and Cove broke eye contact. Alright, just one thing. These two kids, these two teenagers, you know, Cove and, in quotes, me, MC, are really fucking smooth for 13-year-olds with what they say to each other. Like, I never would have come up with this stuff. I would just be like, thanks, you're cool. Like, that's it. Maybe I was just lame. But we know for a fact Cove is smooth, and he has some smooth moves when he wants to. Don't give me credit. I'm trying to compliment you. I know, it's cute. Then the moment was interrupted by a piercing ring of the whole... It's Derek calling! He has my homework! You wordlessly stared at each other with raised eyebrows. Cove's mouth formed into a tiny frown. Where are your parents? Mama should at least be here. Kira appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise. Yeah, I figured Mom at least would be here, even if Dad's at work. Hey, Cove. Hi, Little. I didn't know you were here. How did you not hear us? She strolled on past, your eyes following her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper greeting to whoever was on the other end. She's so pretty. Some uh-huhs, mm-hms. Thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. Derek, it's Derek with my homework. That's exactly what it is. Little, that was your ma. She said... It was in the car! What? It was in the car! It was in the car! It was in the car. It was in the fucking car! God damn. I only said it 5,000 times. It is also 85 degrees where I live. Just so you know. I have it like right at the bottom of my computer, it tells me. Damn it! Anyway, that's what I was told. Now, I'll just return to the guest room. You can have some privacy. Oh, no, Mama, you can stay. Mama, no! Cove's face cycled from shock to sour as his mom made her escape. Oh, she's like, I don't want to be in this room with these awkward kids. He shook the interruption off and refocused on you. They've got it. It was right where I said it was. As you guessed, this wasn't going to be a big deal. They've got it. He smiled crookedly and shrugged one shoulder. You should probably head to your house. Your mom might want to talk to you. Can I just stay here with you? Yeah, my parents really care about me. I mean, they do. But they know I'm fine now that we have the homework. They had kept searching even after you left, and because of that, it all worked out. Cove nodded in agreement. Clove, it means a lot that you stuck with me. Thanks. He brightened up with sparkling eyes.
Don't worry about it.
Anytime. Eee. While stepping towards the door together, there was a thought in your head that you knew to be true. You were going to be there for one another, with small things and when it came to big things. Aww. It's so cute. It's so cute. Okay. Yeah, it was this one. Yeah. The 13-year-old step cycle is really good. This one's really good. The road trip's really good. And then I didn't see these two. We're gonna do these two next time. But that's it for tonight. Because I'm pushing my limit, and another one will get me to like midnight. Because they're kind of long. I think especially this one. But thanks everybody for hanging out and chatting and enjoying me freak out about like these two adorable kids who are in love. Totally 100%. It is so cute. But yeah, it's hot everywhere. We won't be playing more of this for a little while. Because I'm probably gonna get sucked into finishing Endwalker. But as soon as I'm done with Endwalker, we'll come back to this and finish this out. It hopefully won't take too long. I don't want to go, like, a long time without playing this game again, because I really love it. I actually really adore this game a lot. Endwalking. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate you all, and I hope you all enjoyed my squealing and my cuteness aggression that I get sometimes with how cute they are. Oh yeah, the Endwalking streams will probably also be like later and or earlier in the day too, because I'm not too worried about sharing it with my friends. Like these ones I like sharing with you guys a lot, so I try to pick nice time slots for them. But for like Endwalker, I'm mostly just streaming it for me. So I just stream it at any time for that. Anyway, thank you guys so much. It was fun chatting with everybody. I'll be back probably tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. I get bored at night and I'll be like, I don't want to stream, but then I do it anyway. Anyway. Have a good night. Goodbye!